All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody's doing well. Today, it is, what is today? It is April 15th, Wednesday. We're hoping for a state of play announcement. Still hasn't happened yet. Still hasn't happened yet. Justin, what's up, man? You're saying love you. Brother, hope you're having a good Wednesday. Well, thank you. I hope you're having a good Wednesday as well, Justin. Ghetto God, what's going on, bro? Lady Gamer, Ice Cream Muhammad. Yeah, we have a couple of topics to go over today, but really just kind of waiting around to see if Sony's going to announce that state of play. We're getting that state of play or what? No hoodie today. Not today. It's pretty hot. I think it's going up to like 88 degrees today. So yeah, I don't know. Although, I mean, it does get kind of chilly down here, even when it's hot out. But there's no way boss is sitting there licking crumbs, dude. He's licking the treat crumbs. Are you kidding me? You just pre-ordered Saros Digital Deluxe Edition? Nice. Yeah. God, man, Saros really is right around the corner. I think I saw somebody say that the review embargo for Saros is going up April 24th. So it's like a full week before the game actually comes out, which is always a good sign. Sony does that a lot, and it's a great sign of confidence. But I'm not surprised, dude. There were people saying with Saros, they're like, oh yeah, seems like it's already a Game of the Year contender. So they must have cooked with this game. Based on my past experiences, if we don't get word by 3 p.m., probably not happening tomorrow. I do want to tell you guys, like, dude, there was a time, I forget which state of play it was, but there was a time when Sony announced a state of play for the next day at like 8 p.m. It was crazy. I'll never forget that. I was like shocked. I'm like, what? So it's not over yet. It's not. I don't want to like give people false hope. Like there's no guarantee of anything. Let me see. Hold on. What? On here we go. What state of plays has Sony announced 24 hours in advance? Let's see. They're going to shadow drop it. Yeah. They're shadow dropping the shows now. Here we go. So it says, based on recent announcements, hold on, I have to lower my chair a little bit. Just realized I'm like, why am I so high up? Yeah, it says, based on recent announcements, Sony surprise announced the State of Play broadcast with approximately 24 hours notice, the June 2024 event. I know there's more than that. Let's see. Come on, AI, do your thing. I think there was like 4 state of plays, 4 or 5, that they announced 24 hours in advance. But it does make you think it might. They said June 2025. In June 2025, they announced it 24 hours in advance, dude. And that was a big one, right? Like, isn't that the one where they ended with Marvel Tokon? There was the 007 one. That was earlier this year. Hold on, I'm trying to get them. I don't know why it's not list every state of play Sony announced 24 hours before. I had it up earlier and now it's not showing up. Hold on, let me see if I can, because I accidentally closed all my tabs. I didn't mean to. Maybe it'll let me reopen them. 10 tabs. All right, let me see. Start window. Make sure I didn't just break anything. I think we're still good. Best closer ever, baby steps. All right, let me see. Here we go. All right, I have the list here. So based on recent trends up to early 2026, Sony has increasingly used very short notice for state of play events, often announcing them with only 24 hours or slightly more in advance. Key examples of this ultra short, approximately 24-hour announcement strategy include February 12th, 2026. Wait, no, that's wrong. February. This is AI, guys. AI is great. They didn't announce the February one. They announced the February one like a couple days in advance. They said February 10th, 11th. September 24th, 2025. Okay, so the big September state of play that Sony did in 2025 was announced exactly 24 hours prior. It included over 20 titles, including a new look at Saros. June 4th, 2025. Described as a surprise announced event just one day ahead of time, 24 hours in advance. So it's happened, man. It's a thing that Sony's done. And they did their Japanese state of play, by the way. They did that in, I think, November, and they announced that 24 hours in advance. Hellbound, what's up, man? No state of play this month. They did announce the April PlayStation Plus games. Yeah. You think we're getting a Wolverine state of play in late May or June? So what time will the state of play be? I mean, I'll tell you, if Sony usually does their state of plays at like 5 p.m. That's usually when they do it. So, I mean, I think we have between now and 6 o'clock tonight for them to announce it. Yeah, 4 or 5 p.m. So I'd say right now we probably have like another 5 to 6 hour window. And if it's not announced by then yeah, I guess the rumors were false, which would be strange. It would be strange because, well, Nate the Hate hasn't really missed. And that other guy was pretty damn confident. Game Informer says we have Saros in hand and are currently working on the review. You'll be able to read our review on April 24th. 5 p.m. is the worst time. I'm driving home from work. Yeah. I think they've done state of plays later than that. I swear there was a time they did a state of play at like 7 or something. Well, we don't know yet, unknown. You're saying rare Nate the Hate L. I mean, he did say it was like unconfirmed, but it's like one of these things where it's like, oh, I know. Like he covered himself, but still, it's like, I don't know, bro. People are still going to look at it as like, people are going to. Now you'll have to stream till there's a state of play announcement today. Don't say that, Ray. Maybe, yeah. Last 2 hours of my stream, I'll just drum. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do after my stream anyway. I'm getting more comfortable with it. Definitely getting more comfortable with it. It's funny because like when we were streaming a couple days ago, you're saying Jeff Grubb's not saying anything says a lot to you. Yeah, that's true. He didn't say anything. When I was streaming a couple days ago and I was showing you guys the drum kit I was playing, I didn't realize how uncomfortable I was playing it. Like I'm still not 100% there, but I didn't realize it was going to take me. I mean, I guess I did, but you don't go into it thinking that. But I had to get like readjusted. Yeah, they're doing a state of play for mouse. PI for hire. No. Game's getting pretty good review scores, though. I want to play it. I might wait, though. I might wait till like next week to buy it. Well, now we wait, guys. We should just watch past state of plays. No, we definitely shouldn't. Hold on. Oh, okay, hold on. So, an announcement Sony did make. Okay, so they announced the PlayStation Plus game catalog for April. You guys notice this too? I'll bring the picture up. They changed the background color and the background theme of their PlayStation Plus imagery. It used to be like gray. Now they changed it to just blue, like different shades of blue. But there you go. That's for PlayStation Plus Extra. Look at that. Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. Grubb said he didn't look into it. Squirrel with a gun. The Crew. You didn't notice the color change? Wild Arms 4 joins PlayStation Plus Premium. So Wild Arms 4 is what you're getting. PS2, I think. I don't know. What do you think? It's a good lineup. If you're subscribed to Extra, does this seem good to you? It seems okay. Discover hundreds of great games. There you go. MBG Subnautica 2 removes Krafton as publisher after legal battle. Damn. Yeah, I forgot about that. Mystic talked about the background color change in a previous video. Those are stated play colors in the background. We're connecting the dots. So there is something I did want to talk to you guys about today. Let me see. And it has to do with the PlayStation handheld, specifically how we have a reliable hardware leaker saying there's no way Sony's doing a PS6S or a PS6 Lite. GTA 6 leaks? Are there GTA? I don't think there's any GTA 6 leaks. What's the essential lineup? I forget. Oh, yeah, I can't remember what April's essential lineup is. True. Yeah, those necklines, Ray. Call it the PSP 2, man. I don't think you can call it the PSP, and I don't think you can call it a Vita 2. The reason for that is because both of those handhelds got they both got dedicated games, you know? And that's the thing that is important to know about this new PlayStation handheld is it's not getting dedicated games. You know? Hold on. So we have Kepler L2. Kepler L2 has been giving us a lot of information. Kepler was lurking, as they usually do, on the NeoGAF forums. Heisenberg FX4 says, do you think we're going to see a PlayStation 6 Lite? I haven't heard this anywhere else but from, I don't know who they were referencing. Perhaps Moore's Law is dead. I can't confirm that. Kepler L2 says, no, that would be a nightmare for developers. Somebody responds by saying, how would it be a nightmare for developers if the handheld already exists? And so my assumption here is that with this handheld, or the idea of a PlayStation 6S, a PlayStation 6 Lite. They're referring to the theory that I believe Moore's Law is Dead has, where he says it's not confirmed, it's just his own personal theory, that if Sony wanted to, they could take the APU that they're putting inside of the PlayStation handheld and make like a really cheap PlayStation 6 home console. Take away the screen, take away the battery, just give it a regular power supply, put it in a small little box, call it the PlayStation 6 Lite or something, you know? And, you know, the reason why he thinks Sony should do this is because it'll make the console way more affordable. Like, there will be an entry point that is way more affordable. But that's just his speculation. And so Kepler L2 seemingly is responding to this by saying, like, there's no way they're going to do that. That would be a nightmare for developers. And then somebody says, but, like, you know, if the handheld is already going to exist, what's the problem? They say making something look, Kepler responds by saying making something look good on a small 1080p screen is very different from making it look good on a large 4K TV. We also still don't know if Sony will mandate handheld support. And that's a big thing. That's like maybe the biggest thing here is the biggest reason why Sony wouldn't do a PS6S model or a PS6 Lite. Even though, yeah, they could take the APU in the handheld and they could just make a small little box, you know, and sell it, is because at that point, there is a mandate where every game has to run on that base PlayStation 6 model. With the handheld, as it stands right now, based off of what we know, it could change, but it doesn't seem like there's a mandate. In other words, if a developer is making a game and, you know, they're like, let's see if we can get this game running on the handheld, and they can't, they don't have to. Okay, well, we're releasing it on the PlayStation 6. There's not going to be a native version or a version that can run on the handheld. If you want to play it on the handheld, you'll have to stream it. It's not going to be like an Xbox Series S situation, as far as I'm aware, where it's like, you can't release this game on our platform unless it runs on both. Yeah, they do have some differing opinions. So you, a.k.a. Mr. Hamster, says, just bought Mouse PI. It better be good, MBG. I hope so. I hope so. It looks good. I'm going to buy that soon, too. I'm probably going to be a little bit late to it, but a couple days late. But I want to play that next. You'll have to let me know, though, in the coming days. Let me know how you like it. If it's, like, awful or something, let me know so I can avoid buying it. But I think it won't be. It looks good. I do have the physical copy pre-ordered, though. Yeah. Thank you for that, Mr. Hamster. You don't think it exists, but his reasoning makes no sense? Why do you think his reasoning makes no sense? Makui Ninja with a $5 chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, wouldn't make sense for the S version if the handheld is dockable, essentially an S version. And that, well, that's the thing, too. They touch on that, Makui Ninja. So, like, the follow-up here, the follow-up is somebody says, I've been speculating on a docked Canis, that sounds crazy, PS6S. So in other words, like, here's the PlayStation handheld. It can be docked, and by docking it, you're basically turning it into a PlayStation 6S. Could be done by just using the extra power to override the upscale factor of PSSR2/3 by 2 times. So if a game targets 1080p on the portable, it'll automatically support a docked mode in 4K. Of course, remains to be seen if a 540p up to 4K can even look good, but that's just an idea. Would that not be a reasonable solution to make sure PlayStation 6S does not need developer interaction? And so Kepler L2 says that's a 16 times upscale, which is very hard to do without artifacts and blurring. Upscaling cost is also based on the output resolution. So if we assume 1080p upscaling with FSR5/PSSR3 is around 2 milliseconds on Canis, then 4K upscale would be about 8 milliseconds. Even with higher clocks from a docked configuration, it's likely 5 to 6 milliseconds minimum. So developers would need to do extra optimization for docked configuration just to hit the FPS as a handheld mode or in the handheld mode. And so, in other words, what Kepler is saying here is that realistically, There's no way they would be able to pull this off without developers needing to do more work. And that's the big thing, is like, they're already, if they're going to support the handheld, they are basically essentially being told you will have to do extra work, but we're not making you do that work. The moment something like a PlayStation 6S kind of gets introduced, although it being dockable, I don't know. Buttery Cheeks with a super chat says, MBG, do you think Horizon HG will launch this year? I hope not. You know what? Actually, I hope it does. Let's just get it out of the way. I know I'm being really condescending, but I don't think it's going to be announced this year, or released this year, because the way they made it sound, like, obviously it's like further along in development, but they just, everything that they've said about Horizon Hunter's Gathering makes it seem like it's not ready for prime time this year. I could see like a beta, but they did like a closed alpha. I'm thinking it's going to be 2027. Digital Foundry mentioned if a PS6S is just a handheld docked, it would be weaker than a PS5, which would be weird to launch alongside next gen. Yeah, exactly. Something about that doesn't add up. Michael says, like and sub if you like the handsome boy. You talking about me or Boss? I know you're talking about me, Michael. Although Boss is looking pretty majestic up there. But yes, like the stream, guys, if you enjoy Press X podcast, if you enjoy the live shows, take a moment. If it's the only thing you can do to support in any extra way, hit that like button. All right? Concord's Gathering. Concord's Gathering. Unknowns making themselves laugh. I know I'm not wearing my Project Helix t-shirt. Where's my signed card from Asha Sharma? Where's my signed Herman Holst card? Personalized. Herman!
This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation.
I know, Herman. I know. God. That's all you ever say. I want to hear Herman acknowledge Horizon Hunter's Gathering so I can get a soundbite. I want him to say, like, Horizon Hunter's Gathering is going to be an amazing live service experience. The highest quality PlayStation has to offer. I need that. Damn, boss. You enjoy my shows? Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. You have no faith left in Herman. Boss, are you serious? This cat, man. Yo, why are people hating on this Faye game? Straight up, why are they hating on this Faye game? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why are people hating on the Faye game? Like, dude, so do they not know? Saying because it's not Kratos. But that's the thing, man. That's the thing. Like, we are getting a Kratos game. Kratos is going to be in this game, but we are getting a Kratos game. Like, we're getting the next mainline God of War. All right. Get out. Get out. You're being bad. Perfect Image, you're saying, MBG, why not push for 1440p 60 instead? Well, I mean, on a handheld, I don't even think you need 1440p, to be honest. People just love to hate on anything these days. I mean, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Like, here's the thing. I can understand this. I can understand if it's like, man, this isn't really what I wanted. I get that. And that's fine. If it's like, I wanted another God of War where I'm playing as Kratos. It's like, well, you're going to get that. And so, okay, like, show up for that. But what I don't get is people who are like, this is going to be shit. Like, I can't believe this. What a waste. It's like, dude, why are we doing this to Corey, bro? Like, it bothers me. It's like, What did he do wrong? Like, that's what I don't get, where it's like people are singing Cory Barlog's praises and basically I can't believe how amazing he did directing God of War 2018 and coming up with Ragnarok. But then like the moment it's like, okay, I'm going to do something different over here, people are like, "Oh, what are you doing with this trash, bro?" Like I don't know, that bothers me, where it's like you would think that somebody like Cory Barlog, I just can't wrap my head around it. Like, this is not a Neil Druckmann situation, you know? Um, it's actually very different. Like, Corey, I don't know. I just think that's crazy, man. I think that's crazy. Too many sheep these days just regurgitating slop. Everyone hates on the female leads. I mean, I can understand where it's like, oh my God, another female lead. Like, I get it. But, like, dude, I don't know. Like, Faye seems interesting to me. Like the character of Faye is actually pretty. There's quite a bit of mystery. All right, you know what? You gotta go. You gotta go, bro. Tell you, man. Let me. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna replay this.
Maybe because Faye is no God of War, so it doesn't even make sense to call it a God of War game. At least I think so. Call it differently and it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Titus, and thank you for the direct donation. I agree that, like, you know, this game should not be called God of War because it would not make sense, and that would be very off-putting to people. I think it'll be called something, something, something. You know, a God of War saga or I don't know. Like, they'll probably try to find some way to put God of War there, but it's even like it needs to be kind of like the subtitle. Definitely not the type Faye of War. There you go. Perfect. Nailed it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess I just wish that people were more aware of like what's actually going on here. And this is why I'm kind of like really curious if Sony's actually going to make it clear. I was wondering if Corey Landiga was going to show up because I'm about to give Boss some treats, but I want him to show up and he's going to be late. He's going to drop 5 membership gifts and then Boss already got his treats. I just wish more people would realize that, like, the mainline God of War games starring Kratos, like, are not going anywhere. Like, Kratos is still the main character, you know? But they're expanding the universe. They're going beyond that. And I don't know, man, like, I don't know. The details that we heard about the game, I actually think it sounds pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. I think Faye is a giant of war. God of War saga. Too much hate, no substance. I mean, yeah, this is why, like, I don't know that I'm. If we continue to get leaks about the Faye game, I don't know that I'm going to really cover the leaks, you know, because it's just, it just doesn't, it's not doing the game justice. Did you get, it's like, oh, you have a companion that's a gelatinous cube. And I'm like, that sounds, I know it's not bad. Like, I know it's going to be good, but that doesn't sound good. Like, that's one of those things where we're going to have to see this. And so I can't, like, fault people for reading that and being like, what the fuck is going on here? You know, it's a talking sword. What is happening? I totally get it, but knowing Cory Barlog, I think you might just call it Faye. All right, come on. You're being bad, dude. You're being real bad. You're being real bad. But yeah, that's it's just surprising to me, dude. It's surprising to me to see like how quickly so many people are just like, nope, nope. Sorry, Corey. If it ain't Kratos, I don't care. But then again, though, there are people who think that Cory Barlog ruined Kratos with God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. All right, hold on. Come on. And I've never agreed with those people. I had to give them his treats. I want to still hit 25 members today. I want to hit the goal. But my God, man. But that's the thing is like, there's some people, they're like, they ruined Kratos. They made him a soft little bitch. And I'm like, no, that's not what they did at all. I love God of War 2018. I love God of War Ragnarok. I love the new version of Kratos. I think he's way more relatable. I think I don't know. I just like him a lot better as a character. I mean, Kratos before was all, he's still a cool character and had more depth to him than people made it seem. But, I've encountered so many people that they don't like what Corey did with Kratos and the newer God of War games. I'm like, I think those people are out of their minds. I'm like, dude, this is so good. Like, this is so good. MBG, technically speaking, Kratos was truly the God of War in one PSP in the beginning of 2. The same Corey made God of War 2, which is to many fans the best game in the series. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess it is to be expected to an extent. It's not like I expect people to come out and be like, this Faye game is going to be the greatest thing ever. I'm so hyped, brother. Like, I do expect skepticism. I do expect people to be, to raise an eyebrow and be like, What I don't expect, and I'm just seeing a surprising amount of, are people being like, this is stupid as hell. Like, who asked for this? Why are they wasting their time on this? Like, just people being like nasty towards just like, bro, why? It's like, even with something like Intergalactic, I can understand a little bit that, like, okay, maybe you are like me and you really didn't like what happened in The Last of Us Part 2, and you feel like Neil Druckmann let you down. You feel like the story took a turn for the worst, and you're like, oh, what the hell? And so maybe now your excitement and your anticipation is greatly diminished, going into Intergalactic because of that. That's not what we're looking at here, though. We're looking at the opposite. Like, Corey is on fire, dude, and he is, he's been on fire. He hasn't missed yet. That's why I'm confused, where people are like acting like this dude just, they say you're only as good as your last project or whatever, right? And I'm like, well, if that's the case for Corey, he's pretty fucking good, I don't know. I think people are being too much. But I do think this is one of those situations where we are talking about a game that we've seen nothing of yet. We've only seen Faye one time in God of War Ragnarok, and it was basically a 10-minute cutscene, and she didn't really do much. She was just talking to Kratos. It's an important cutscene, but we didn't see much, right? We have no idea what this game's going to look like. We have no idea what the gameplay is going to be like.
People who say Kratos is too soft in the newer games just doesn't understand the character and his backstory. He learned from his mistakes and won't repeat.
Yeah, exactly. If anything, like, dude, especially if you played the Valhalla DLC and that full circle moment at the end where he's talking to his younger self and reconciling with his past and stuff, I feel like it's so cool where it's like that part of, like, the Kratos you're seeing. It's exactly what you're saying, Titus. The Kratos you're seeing, God of War 2018, Ragnarok, and at the end of the Valhalla DLC is the Kratos that always existed. The monstrous Kratos he's referring to is the one that, wanted revenge and got his revenge. And he just, realized, damn, I don't think that shit was worth it. Like, I ain't doing that again. Which makes me, like, really interesting about what's going to pull Kratos back in again. MBG, with Merlin being a character in the Sword character in Sword in the Stone could be talking about the game being Excalibur, King Arthur's sword. I saw somebody saying that Atreus could end up being like King Arthur. I'm like, bro, I don't know what the hell's going on here, but I don't know. I'm kind of all for it. I am. I don't know. I like it. I like the idea of really expanding the God of War universe. I think Kratos should always be at the center of it. You know, I'll always believe that. But I love the idea of expanding the universe and doing more. I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't know. I'm just surprised to see how closed-minded people are being towards this. And, you know, who knows? Maybe, well, no, Faye is dead. So this game is going to technically be a prequel. And so the leak did say Kratos will be in this game. We don't know how much of a role he's going to play in this game. Tyr's also going to be in this game. But Kratos will be in this new game. And we're probably going to see how Kratos and Faye met. And maybe they'll battle or some shit. I mean, I don't know. To me, that sounds fucking awesome. I'm like, are you guys, like, people out of their damn minds? Like, this sounds awesome. I don't know. Daniel, you're saying you think PS6 will be bigger or smaller than the PS5. So what we've heard about the PlayStation 6 is it's going to be very, very, very minimal. Completely minimalist. One of the areas where Sony's going to be trying to save, you know, every penny they can to cut down the cost is the materials needed to produce the box and the look of the box. So we've been told to expect a very simple form, you know, basic form factor console that will be smaller than the PS5 significantly. So just expect a black rectangle, dude. That's what I'm expecting. Maybe a black parallelogram. Again. And I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. If it helps, you know, if it makes it so they can sell it for even just a little bit cheaper. Yeah, I think Sony had a specific design philosophy in mind with the PS5 where they're like, we want this shit to stand out. But I think with the PS6, they're like, you gotta, you know, will it be just a completely black rectangle? I don't know. Maybe. My theory is they'll stick with the black and white two-tone color, but they'll reverse it this time, where if you look at the PS5, it's more white than black. You know, it's mainly white with black accents. I think they'll go mainly black with some white accents. Maybe that's the way they can kind of continue with the two-tone black and white. Why glow about this month's banger game lineup when you can Doom post about games we haven't even seen yet? Exactly. Mach Ninja, you're saying I'm expecting it to look similar to the Series X. I don't know that they'll make it look that similar. I mean, I imagine they're going to try to... I could see them trying to mimic something closer to the PS4 and PS2. More of like a rectangle that you'll want to lay down horizontally. Is that a rectangle? Am I using the wrong shape to describe the... What would you call the PS2? The PS2 is a rectangle, right? I mean, I know like the PS4 was like a parallelogram, which was definitely unique. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they could do something like that again. Mob boss Sony doesn't have to go the extra mile since they have no competition. A rhombus? Is that what I'm thinking of? Let me look up a rhombus. It's been a long time. Oh, no, I don't think it was No, it was not a rhombus. Or wait, yeah, no, the PS4. I guess, yeah, kind of. But no, not the PS2. The PS2 is great. I hope it's more like the PS2. The PS2 was like... Yeah, I'm questioning my shapes, bro. I need to go back to grade school. I liked the PS2 because it was just the perfect amount of like simplicity, but it had the green light, the blue light, and the little colored PlayStation logo. You know what I mean? It was so simple and subtle, but effective. And it wasn't too big, wasn't too bulky, wasn't too small. I mean, I remember the PlayStation 2 Slim. Do you guys remember that? That shit was small. The PlayStation 2 Slim was like shockingly slim. It was like, whoa. That was like the I don't know that we've ever seen a slim model come out that really shrunk down that much since. But no, I still think like the original PS2 was the best. I like that one. I think the PS3 form factor and shape was awesome. I wasn't a fan of the Spider-Man font. I wasn't a fan of that. Like to me, I'm not gonna lie, that kind of ruined it. I know that's maybe unpopular. I don't know if that's popular or not. I know some people really like the Spider-Man font. For me, I was just like, no. Like if they were gonna have it, say PlayStation 3, it should have been the Zernick PlayStation font. That's what it should have been. So I was really thrown off when they showed that, and I'm like, why are they going with the Spider-Man font? What? Shadowlink uses his milestone chat member for 26 months. He says it's going to look like a pyramid. Also, howdy. Hope all is well, drummer boy. LOL. Yeah, dude. It's a pyramid. That'll be great. Yeah, that's just what we need. A freaking pyramid, PlayStation. What are they trying to say? That's their way of letting us know. Yep, the next God of War takes place in Egypt. But I've been drumming pretty much every day, man, and I'm definitely getting more comfortable with it. I'm realizing eventually, not now, of course, but eventually I'm going to need to get better cymbals. The cymbal pack that I bought, it's I don't it allows me to play, is what I'll say. But I'm realizing like, wow, okay. I was looking at like I think I saw Titus Crow talking about it. The Zildjian A's, I think. Very expensive though, but I'm like, yeah, eventually I'll have to upgrade. But I've been having a great time, dude. You hope we get to witness the fight between her and Thor to create that big lightning bolt. Oh yeah, no, yeah, Thor's gonna come back too. You would assume. I mean, well, there's no guarantee, but they did talk about that, and that was interesting. Yeah, it's funny because like I was like rewatching that cutscene with Kratos and Faye, and there's just so much that I don't know. I don't know why I never really thought of it, but there's so much that was teased for years about Faye, right? And I guess because she was dead, we everybody just naturally assumed like, yeah, like whatever this next game, like it's going to be an Atreus game, or it's going to, you know, it's going to be something just totally different. And I don't know. I don't think anybody really mentioned Faye. But then like once we found out it is Faye, it's like, oh, you know what? Actually, that might make the most sense. You have a PS3 Super Slim. It's the most reliable model. Won't lose your disc in the disc tray if the disc tray stops working. PS1 discs work on it. Yeah, they had 3 models of the Super Slim is the last one, right? That they put out. Yeah, if they do a pyramid console, where's the disc drive going to go? It just goes at the bottom. The point of the game is to clear up all the plot holes. Well, it's interesting because apparently the latest leak we got with the Faye game, Tyr's going to play a major role in it, and it almost sounds like you're going to be able to play as Tyr as well. So that'll be very interesting. Santa Monica hired a big name actress to play Faye. Should be the kind of hint that they're looking to do more on that character. Yeah, I saw a lot of people saying they hope that I forget the name of the actress, Deborah something, I think, but they were hoping that she returns. And I'm like, well, yeah, if she signed on for this, I mean, she played a pretty small role, in Ragnarok. She didn't have much screen time. They signed her on for that. They probably were letting her like, we're signing you on for something bigger too. Freya instead of Faye. The gameplay, I don't know. Somebody I forget who described it. They were saying it was kind of sounds more similar to something like DMC from the way it was described to them. But I don't want to assume anything. That's the gameplay is the area where it's like I just want to let them do their thing. Just show me, like I'm not gonna make any big assumptions. Digital Dude, you're saying you're already sold on the idea of the game. I just wonder what it's going to be called. Deborah Ann Wool, is that her name? The game could clear up both Faye and Tyr's stories. Let me see. Bring back original character designs. No more Hollywood hacks. PS5 disc edition of Red Dead Redemption 1 listed for pre-order. What? Rockstar will soon release the physical disc version of Red Dead Redemption 1 for PS5 on May 7th. RDR1 gets a PS5 disc version before RDR2. Oh, shit. Ooh. See what I'm saying? This is why. This is why I don't think physical games are going to die, dude. Like, there's no reason for them to do this, and they're just doing it anyway. Still no state of play announced, dude. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Here we go. The official PlayStation account. June 3rd, 2025. June 3rd, 2025. State of Play returns tomorrow, June 4th. We're live at 2 p.m. PT. They announced that at 9 a.m. Oh, I don't know, man. I'm getting scared. There's not going to be a State of Play. I don't know what I'm more scared of. There not being a State of Play or them announcing a State of Play and it's just total ass. It's like a fake State of Play. State of Play light. Yeah, so far nobody said anything. All the insiders are quiet. Wait. So that guy Alir, who may be an actual insider, seemingly. I don't know. We're gonna find out today. Somebody says, so where's that State of Play for April 16th with a gif of a guy laughing? Somebody else says, still nothing on your end, I imagine. He responds saying, unfortunately not. It's strangely quiet. Hold on. Somebody says maybe it was delayed to give Xbox some breathing room. He says maybe Nate and I got this one wrong. That's very much possible. I know at least 2 other people who heard about it, but maybe we were just told something wrong. I apologize for that if this is the case, and I will try to be more careful with dates. At least I got Metro 2039 right. Oh, okay. Play definitely has limits. Marathon stream until State of Play announced? No. Don't make me play it, man. Don't make me play Marathon. I'm serious. Like, I basically quit Marathon. I just can't do it anymore. I was going to try. I was really convinced I was going to get the platinum, but I'm like, there's no shot. I just can't do it. I can't do it. Like, I've been playing for like 35 hours and I'm like level 31 and I need to get to like level 100 and it's just miserable. I'm like, no. I think Marathon's dead, dude. I'm going to be honest. Like, and I feel bad. Like, I get it. There's people that are still enjoying it and I hope they can enjoy it for as long as they can, but I'm like, this ain't it, bro. I'm sorry. I played a lot of multiplayer games. This ain't it. It's just my personal opinion. It's not horrible, but it's like in terms of longevity, Mm-mm. That's true, unknown. That is true. Wait, there's not a state of play tomorrow? We don't know. We don't know. Um, Nate the Hate and this other guy, Alir, are both saying the same thing. They're saying the same thing. And they're both basically saying that they heard it was this week and they heard it was on the 16th, but they could not they couldn't get that final nailed down confirmation. So I don't know. I mean, who knows? Maybe Sony's like, maybe Shino was like, we're gonna snuff out the leakers. We're gonna put some false shit out there, and we'll know. We'll know who did it. I don't know. It's getting a little spooky out here. It's getting spooky. Maybe they're doing this on purpose. They're like, we gotta snuff out these leakers before we roll up to our PlayStation 6 event next year. We can't have that shit leak. If it's 24 hours before, then maybe 5 p.m. Well, we'll check every hour. I'm not going to literally sit here until they announce it. Because if I sit here for like 6 hours just for nothing that happens, like, bro, then I will cry. I need to get the clown wig. They definitely just don't want to go the same day as Xbox. But it's not an Xbox thing. Like, I know it's called Xbox First Look, but it's not, dude. Like, there isn't even an Xbox logo on it. I don't know. It just seems to me like Metro's like, we're just going to reveal our game, dude. Like, that's all it is. We're revealing our game at 1 o'clock for probably 30 minutes. And that's cool. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, if Sony had a state of play planned, I do not think they would let that get in the way. Anything's possible, dude. Maybe they're just like, fuck it, we'll do it next week. And we don't even know. I mean, this could be a... Here's what threw me off. The biggest thing that threw me off more than anything was Tom Henderson being like, yeah, I was told God of War is getting announced in April. I'm like, okay, that's pretty big. That's the thing that threw me off, where I'm like, okay, maybe the state of play will, if it even exists, it'll be ass. It's going to be like a third-party state of play. Nobody cares. Maybe it could be a good third-party state of play. But then when Tom Henderson was like, yeah, I heard it was going to... Oh, by the way, Titus, I see you're here, bro. Titus Crow. I wanted to ask you, I thought I saw you mention the other day, you'd mentioned Zildjian symbols. What were they? Zildjian A's? Is that because I was thinking about, not now, but eventually in the future. Are they good? Like, are they really good? Because, dude, these Planet Z symbols I bought, oof. Like, I'm playing them and I'm having a good time, but oh yeah, they're very much entry level, and I can tell they're amazing. Okay, yeah. What's the difference between those and the K series? Because I know I've seen the Zildjian Ks a lot. Yeah, I saw they were very expensive. I think for like 4 symbols, it's like $1,400. I'm like, well, that shit must be good. Because like these 3 symbols I got, they were about $320 for all 3. It's a huge price markup. Xbox always comes up with some weird new titles. Xbox New Look, Xbox Direct. Xbox Flash. Xbox is flashing you. Maybe they'll surprise drop Wolverine at the end of April. Wishful thinking. Well, dude, I'm. That's another thing. Yeah. When are we hearing more about Wolverine? Where it's 5 months from today. It's just tone. K has a dry, dark tone. A has a lot of warmth and musicality. Interesting. I love the craftsmanship that goes into it. Like, I love how like there's just so much that goes into the creation of even just something like a single high quality hi-hat symbol. I love it. Wolverine pre-orders this month is possible. I mean, yeah, they said spring any day now. What do I think will sell more, the Faye game or Intergalactic? I think the Faye game, and the reason being is because I think they will show Kratos, and I think Kratos is going to sell. Like, just, oh, he is in the game. Like, you don't play as him. Bro, who's Faye? Faye is Kratos' deceased wife, Atreus' mother. She was in Ragnarok. There's no way Saros is right at the end of April. Did you hear about the VR mode for Five Nights at Freddy's? Secret of the Mimic? I did not. No. No one wants to play as her? But what if it's fun? Faye's definitely doing better than Intergalactic. Faye is a drummer. Yeah. No, I mean, dude, we have to see the gameplay of both. I have a lot. Look, I have faith in Naughty Dog as game developers, where like I am very much prepared for when they show gameplay of Intergalactic for people to be like, okay, that looks pretty good. Or I don't know, could Intergalactic be the first game where Naughty Dog shows it off and people are like, eh? Could you imagine that, dude? That would be interesting. Imagine Naughty Dog shows off Intergalactic like a 10-minute gameplay segment, and people are like, I guess that was kind of good. I don't know. It's because that, to me, that would be weird, because like the way people have always reacted to Naughty Dog's gameplay reveals are like, holy shit, you know? Like almost every Naughty Dog gameplay reveal, even with The Last of Us Part 2. I mean, dude, I remember when they were showing like Ellie fighting the Seraphites or whatever in the parking garage and shit. People were like, oh my God. And this is why I'm so curious to see, like, with Intergalactic, if I'm being honest, like, I think there's a risk here where, like, if you look at the end of the Intergalactic trailer, they tease gameplay where it's the main character running towards I guess, like a 4-armed robot enemy. And she, like, jumps off a rock and is going to do, like, some kind of, like, downward slash. I'm just wondering if, like, they show gameplay and people are like, that's just Star Wars Jedi Survivor. You know? I do wonder if it's at risk of kind of being where, like, I don't know. I'm just imagining, like, if it was The Last of Us Part 3, I don't know, man. There's just so much pressure on Naughty Dog to deliver something like really, really next level. And there's nothing I've seen with Intergalactic that even gives me any inclination that they're going to be able to deliver that. Like, in terms of quality, I think they will. Yeah. In terms of like, but like, what is this really doing different? Like, what is it bringing to the table? The only thing I can maybe think is story, characters. There will be a really, really fascinating and interesting story that, you know, if the gameplay is really good, although we also don't know if it's going to be open world or linear. MVP Moss with a $2 chat, you're saying it's fucking Naughty Dog. Keep that negativity away. I mean, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I don't doubt them as game developers at all. I definitely don't. I think that the one thing I will say is, like, if you look at Naughty Dog and you look at the video games that they've released, even though, you know, people are like, they haven't released anything new since like 2020, and that's true, but that's not the point. Like, if you look at the games they've released, It's hard to bet against that, dude. I'll be honest. It's really hard to bet against that. But that's the thing is like I look at Intergalactic and I think to myself, what's interesting to me about this is how completely removed from what Naughty Dog has been known for like, geez, I mean, like the past 2 decades, completely removed from Uncharted, completely removed from The Last of Us. It looks, and that's good, right? Like we want new and different stuff. We want them to make different things. And I think that's good about it. But I think there's also this kind of risk of like, it'll be interesting to see what they end up showing and how people end up responding to it. Your Libra definitely comes out when you're debating your opinion on unreleased games. Yeah, for sure. Maybe. People are going to be more excited for Uncharted 5. Oh, yeah, and Last of Us 3, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Intergalactic is going to be able to sell as well. I'll tell you what, if there's one thing I'm interested in finding out is how well Intergalactic is going to sell or not, you know? Because I do think that, well, no, I don't agree with that. You're saying they don't create video games, they create movies that you can play and control. I mean, we want new and different stuff while also complaining when we get new and different stuff. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, there's a dichotomy there that exists for sure, and a level of hypocrisy. There's no doubt. Even I don't know, dude. Like, I'll just leave it to Jim Ryan. Famous Jim Ryan quote: "We'll let the games do the talking," and I think that's just how it's going to have to be. I think, obviously we sit here and we talk about it, but it's like I should become a dude. If I became a shareholder, since we talk about sales, I think there'd be a conflict of interest there. Well, no, the thing I'm interested with Intergalactic is one of the things Neil Druckmann confirmed about Intergalactic that I did find fascinating. I'm like, interesting. Is he said this is like by far the most expensive game they've ever made. And I'm like, damn, like, I hope you guys nail it because, dude, Uncharted and The Last of Us Part 2, dude, The Last of Us Part 2 was like $280 million. I'm like, fuck, man. And of course, like that made its money back, but it's a sequel to The Last of Us, Uncharted 4 is Uncharted 4, right? So with this, I'm like, think of this, guys. The last new IP that Naughty Dog released was in 2013 with The Last of Us 1. That's a long time ago, dude. That's a long time ago. And I don't know. I guess I'm just, there's a part of me that doesn't, if I'm just being like honest, right? Like, I don't know that I'm as convinced that the Naughty Dog name would be able to just automatically carry a game they make. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it will. Again, the Libra is coming out. But I don't know. We're going to find out, though. We're going to find out. Perfect Image, a member for 26 months. You're saying what Kepler's saying. I don't believe him. If developers can put RE9 Pragmata on Switch, any dev can do it for the 6 handheld. Well, no. I'll put it to you this way. Well, here's my interpretation of what he was saying. My interpretation of what Kepler was saying when he says it would be or I think it's a she, would be a nightmare for devs. I don't think it's that devs couldn't do it. I think it's that like Sony doesn't want to create a complicated development environment where they're asking them to do extra stuff, where like they want to just have the handheld be like, you can mess with it if you want. We want you to, but we're not going to make you, to whereas I think the idea is you create a PS6S model and it's like, you're now telling them like, you have to do this. Like you have to make it compatible. And of course they could, you're right. But that's kind of a problem the Switch 2 has right now, where it's like, Yeah, I mean, Capcom's killing it with games like RE9 and Pragmata, but what about every other game? What about games we're hearing that are getting delayed on the Switch too? Because it's like, yeah, this shit's going to take some time. We're going to need to really work with this. I think that's really what he's kind of, or she, again, I think it's a she. I think that's what she's trying to get at. It needs about 5 million sales to be profitable on a $300 million budget. And I think they could do that. Yeah. I think Intergalactic can be profitable. I just wonder, like, because the thing is, Naughty Dog talks about it. They're like, it's a franchise. They're already referring to it as a franchise, which means they're planning multiple entries. I'm like, is it going to be able to like reach that higher level status that we've seen them achieve with Uncharted and The Last of Us? I hope it does. That the only way it can is if it's a great game. I mean, a really great game that is universally loved. So I'm rooting for it. I love when people say, "Oh, Sony just makes movie games." Yes, they do. Shut up or just play the game. Sheesh. Well, dude, the whole movie game thing, I'm like, people say that like it's a bad thing. I'm like, I don't, I'm not, what do you mean? Oh, wait, I just realized I didn't check. I was supposed to check at 1 o'clock if the state of play got announced. Okay, clearly didn't. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. I'm getting nervous out here. Why is Sony gonna make me sweat like this? Why are they doing this to me? How dare they? How dare they? It's not happening. Don't give up, Mr. B. Don't give up hope, bro. We got at least till 5 o'clock. Although at the rate this stream's going, man, I'm gonna have to end it because I'm out here. I'm on the verge of another Last of Us 2 rant. No, I'm kidding. Intergalactic. See what you did there. Faye, who wants to play as her? They should cancel Corey Barlog's game. Sorry, Corey. Faye is still years out from what I've seen. The rumors we've heard is that this game is ready to go in 2027. That's what we've heard. Like that's their target. Same thing with Intergalactic. Yes, rant. Perfect Image, you're saying that's why Sony made a new SDK. Agree, yeah. You're not gonna get me with that one, digital dude. You're not gonna get me with that one. New state of play announced at 1:15 p.m. It's a little odd timing. It's like he's not lying. I see you, digital dude. I see you. Play Halo 2 or 3. Wait, what? April Fools, am I right? Yeah, yep. April Fools at last. All April. 10:15 your time. Oh yeah, true. So you're in the West Coast. Well, technically that's where Sony is. So we got time. No one wants another God of War game. Well, no, like what Shadowlink was saying is like, dude, I hate when people make it sound like goddamn cinematic game. Like, bro, a lot of people like those games, myself included. Like, to me, that's not a bad thing. Like, don't get me wrong, there can be a balancing issue where like a game can be too like. Well, I'm the worst person to talk about this because like I love games where it's just raw gameplay. I love that, but I love MGS4, dude. Look, I got a poster of MGS4 or a canvas behind me. Like, there's a literal cutscene in that game that's over an hour, like an hour and a half or some shit. It still holds the record for the longest cutscene. So I don't know what to tell anybody anymore, you know? Bro should be doing his taxes. There are people that have to cry when they have to watch a 1 minute cutscene unless it's a game they like I encounter a movie game hater whose favorite game is MGS4. No. That doesn't make any sense, bro. MGS4 was wild. It was fantastic. With the new SDK, it's possible, including power saver mode. Well, yeah, I have no doubt that this new SDK that Mark Cerny and his team built, I think what Sony is trying to make sure to do is avoid mandating anything. I do want to make it clear, when we talk about the PlayStation handheld, we do not know if it's mandated. We do not know if Sony is going to tell devs, like, if you're making a game for PS6, you have to make it work on the handheld. This is truly a PlayStation 6 portable. I mean, I think that's dangerous. I think that's asking for some pushback. I think that is asking to get the type of negative pushback that we saw the Series S get, where it was like, yeah, in order to ship a game on Xbox, you have to make it compatible with the Series S. I think what Sony would be better off doing is just making it so damn easy through the new SDK. That's like, guys, it'll literally take 2 days of work. You're going to want to do it. You know, we sell, I don't know, let's just say we sell 15 million handhelds, 10 to 15 million. You're going to want to port your game. I don't know. That's kind of how I view it. But it's like, if a developer really is like, no, dude, like we really don't want to. Okay, no problem. Or we can't. I mean, look at the way devs treat the Steam Deck, you know? And that only sold like 5 or 6 million units. I don't think Sony's going to need to mandate anything. And yeah, exactly. Nixus can help with that. Uncharted 4 is the best damn movie game ever. MVP Monster saying Naughty Dog isn't top 5 anymore. They're top 2. Oh, interesting. I do think people overhate Naughty Dog. I do agree with that. I think people take it too far. I think too many people are like too easily wowed and too easily let down. Like to a point where it's like, the better way to put that is too many people are love it or hate it on things where it's like, I think you're doing whatever it is you're judging with that mentality. I think you're doing it a disservice more than likely. You know? Like, people encounter one thing they don't like. It could be a big thing, but then they're just like, yeah, it's all shit. Burn it all. It's like, okay. It's kind of extremist. And I struggle with that because it's like, I feel like if you're somebody who's not really engaged, it's easy to have that mentality because you're not really engaged. But if you are somebody who is very engaged, then surely you know, like, there's definitely more to a game than just the few parts you didn't like. And that's why, you know, that's why I feel like even when we do talk about The Last of Us 2, I do end up coming to its defense, even though there's so much about that game I do not like. And it's like all story related. But I still come to its defense because I'm like, but there's still so many fucking awesome things about it that I just can't. I would be lying if I try. I would be trying to take something. I'm a believer, and you got to give credit where credit is due. And I would be trying to strip away so much credit from Naughty Dog just because, like, oh, I fucking hate your story. So you know what? Those gameplay designers over there, fuck them too. You know what I mean? It's like, no, I think those gameplay designers fucking cooked. I think the graphics department fucking cooked. I think the actors, you know, the talent who were, you know, bringing these characters to life, they cooked. You know, I think there's just so much where it's like, got to give the credit where it's due. But it's like Neil Druckmann, Haley Gross, boo. And that's how I feel. And I think that's fair because even if you're somebody who's like, damn, dude, how do you not like The Last of Us 2? How could you not like this story? I feel like you can't actually, I don't think you could find any real fault in what I'm saying because it's like, at least you're being fair about it. You know, at least you're you're not just judging one aspect of a game and then shoving it into this corner because of this one aspect. Because that's what people do, and I hate it. Like, I hate that because it's like, that's boring as shit. Like that, like if any, I'm not going to lie, dude, like people who do that, it just comes off as like, are you stupid? It's okay. You're allowed to be stupid. Yeah, I'm stupid with some things too. It's fine. But I just wish people were able to go just a little bit further with their assessments of things, But that's probably asking too much. It's always asking too much. You're saying part 2 has better gameplay and attention to detail, but story, nah. Didn't work in the game. Didn't work for the show also. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing when we talk about the idea of like The Last of Us Part 3 potentially coming, I'm like, dude, I'm just sitting here thinking like, what kind of gameplay improvements are we going to be looking at? That's what I'm thinking, first and foremost. I mean, of course, I'm assuming like we're going to continue Ellie's story. I'm not going to lie though, man. When I think about like what a Last of Us Part 3 story, I have no idea what direction they'll go in. I can tell you this though. This won't happen, but if it were, for some reason, if Neil Druckmann just like snapped one day and was like, Abby's the main character of The Last of Us Part 3, I would not buy that game. I would not buy that game. But The Last of Us has always been about Ellie, so I'm just trying to think like what direction were they going with her there? The ending of 2 felt. I mean, I guess there's still more. I guess there's certain aspects of it that are open ended, but it just felt pretty definitive. You know what I mean? Like, well, that sucks. Like, I guess that's it. Kevin Thomas with a $5 chat. You're saying Intergalactic is going to be way better than the Faye game. I bet. Let's I don't know. I mean, if I had to guess, I think I'm going to be way more enthralled with the Faye game than Intergalactic, just based off of what little we know right now. I will say this, the thing about Intergalactic that I'm pretty sure it's going to cause a shitstorm. Like, I'm pretty sure it's going to be like the next like moment from Naughty Dog where like, oh god, here we go, is they're making a story about religion, specifically about a religion that was created 2,000 years ago, and I'm like, it could be good, but playing with fire. I respect the I guess just the assertion of like, we're doing it. Yeah, we don't care. We're doing it. I respect that. But how it will be handled is like, oh boy. Yeah, things could go very, very wrong, bro. Very wrong. And we have Matedo with the super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, criticism of the story in The Last of Us 2 are cheap excuses to hide the irrational hatred many fascists have toward LGBT communities. The story is one of the best ever told in a video game. One of the few that truly leaves you thinking. Well, I can agree that too many people that are coming from, I think their criticisms of the story are actually coming from a bad place, in the sense that like, I don't think your criticism does kind of, not you, Matedo, but yes, I've encountered many people where you're ruining the conversation because your criticism is coming from a strange place. Like it is coming from, like a place of, I don't want to say hatred. I guess it could be hatred, but disdain for like groups of people. And, Naughty Dog, are they, do they anticipate that? Yes. Do they kind of like, do they want to nudge them a little bit? Yes. And we see it all over. And Corey, the legend Landia, he comes in. I knew he was going to show up after I fed boss. I had to give him some treats early, Corey. I'm sorry. He comes in, he drops 5 member gifts for you guys.
Hero. Never was.
I do appreciate that, buddy. If I was going to say if Corey comes around, I'll give him a treat. Not you, Corey. if boss comes around, I'll give him some treats. I'll give him a second little helping there. Thank you for that, man. Oh, it's Capono got a gift. Look at that. Capono got lucky. MBG, is this Nate that hates first L? We don't know yet. We got time. But yeah, Mateto, going back to what you were saying, man, like, this is why I've tried to very much tell people, like, if there's a lot of different things I try to tell people. I try to tell them that Sony Studios, the vast majority of them, if not all of them, but especially in Naughty Dog, located in where is Santa Monica? I think that's where they are. They're an extremely progressive studio. And yes, they're all very much left-leaning. And it's not to say that, okay, so that means you shouldn't like them, or that automatically means they make a bad game, or that automatically means that any game they make or story they're going to tell, they're going to insert whatever in there. There are aspects of The Last of Us, and especially Last of Us Part 2, where, yes, they do insert stuff in there. It's debatable whether or not it actually is cause for people to freak out and be like, what the fuck is this? For example, Ellie being a lesbian, that was something that was established way back in the first game and wasn't necessarily the most relevant plot point, but also I would say, honestly, didn't really hold much relevance in the sequel either, at least in my opinion. Like, there was the love interest between Ellie and Dina, and I thought that was interesting, and I thought it was particularly interesting how towards the end of the game, you have to she makes a choice that I'm like, what's wrong with you? You know? But nothing about what was going on there made me feel like this is so forced and stupid and I see what they're doing. I just didn't get that vibe. To me, it's the only thing in The Last of Us Part 2 that made me go, well, that's kind of weird. And it did feel forced, where it's like, I'm not, like, it's not the worst thing in the world, and it's not, at the end of the day, that big of a deal. It's like, whatever, you can do what you want. But I thought it was strange that they gave Abby a man's body. I just thought that was strange. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. For this story in this world that's supposed to be so grounded in realism, and you just give this woman a juiced up body. And that exists. To be clear, that frame on women does exist under very, very, very specific circumstances. But they're like, nah, we're just doing it in this post-apocalyptic world. We want you to believe that Abby, she benches. Sure. And that's the body she got. It's like, what? and that's where it's like, well, no, that's the thing. She can have a juiced up body. I'm trying to say that, like, if Naughty Dog tells me, like, yeah, we're just making her ripped, I just naturally feel like, well, everything else you're presenting to me in this game, in this grounded, brutal universe, it feels like you have an explanation for it. And with this, your explanation is, yeah, she's just a badass. I'm like, well, yeah, that's true. You know, there's many badass women, tough women, of course. But to me, there's something on the surface there that they couldn't really hide. That I'm like, okay. And that is that, like, yeah, we want to give her bigger biceps than almost every dude you know. Because, well, we just want to bother you with that. There's no real reason for us to do that, especially in this world, but we're going to do that. And we're not going to explain it. If they literally had a section in that game, I shit you not. If they were like, Abby juices, like, that's part of what her group does. Like, they all take steroids and shit to be at their absolute peak. I'm like, that makes total sense, actually. Gives you a better chance of survival in this brutal world. But they didn't do that. And I know that sounds really specific, and I am maybe nitpicking a little bit, but it's like, no, dude, when they are showing off the game and it's like, you're seeing this fucking ripped, roided out chick smashing people with a hammer. I'm like, that's pretty badass, but it's like, this is very different. This is not what I expected to see in this world, in this game. It's a little bit jarring, is what it is. And so I'm just like, I just can't help but, at least with that facet of the game, question, like, what was the intention there? And that's where it's like, I do feel like the answer was this. The intention was, we wanted people like you to question why. And then basically shame you for questioning why. It's like, oh. That's what it feels like. It's like, what's the big deal, bro? And it's like, all right, it's not a big deal. I'm just questioning the intent. That's all. It's like, dude, she's more jacked than Joel and Nathan Drake. I'm just wondering why. They have not announced the state of play yet. No. And that, dude, that's what was even crazier is in the show, they're like, yeah, she could just be skinny. I don't know, man. It's not that big of a deal. Listen, man, I just get the feeling, and I think a lot of people get this feeling, where there's a vibe that comes with Naughty Dog, specifically with Neil Druckmann and the people he, works with, like Haley Gross and others, other people I'm forgetting to mention, where it does start to kind of feel like you guys have a chip on your shoulder and you're kind of letting it show through. And you're allowed to do that as artists. To be clear, you could do whatever the fuck you want. But you can't be mad at people for, like, acknowledging that that's coming through. You're not hiding it. And a lot of times when it comes to stuff like this, it is considered best to, if not hide it, be very subtle about it. Because you're at risk of turning people off to what you're the bigger picture of what you're trying to do here, which is ultimately sell a video game. You know what I mean? Sell a product. And that's really the thing here, where it's like, I remember when The Last of Us Part 2 first came out, like, Neil Druckmann was kind of going at people a little bit. And I get it. Like, I think he got way too, like, people were getting way too crazy. And I can't blame him for, as a human being, being like, what the fuck, bro? Like, fuck you guys. I get it. I totally get it. But you could tell, like, how much of this is just the grinding of the axe, So I think it's just natural questions to be asked. Potato, you're saying, but when you have so few activities to do in a completely empty and broken world, what's so strange about people spending their time keeping their minds busy by exercising, all driven by the clear motivation of avenging their father? No, you're totally right, dude. Like, they do explain. I'll give Naughty Dog credit. They do explain, like, this is why she's so into fitness. And to be clear, women can get very fit. But biologically speaking, and this is just where it's like, again, I would not be so, like, I don't question why the women in Mortal Kombat look more roided up than fucking, half the people at a gym I go to, that I used to go to. I don't quite, because it's fucking Mortal Kombat. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? It's just with something like this, it's like, and I'll be honest, I kind of filled in the blank myself. The blank that I filled in is she juices. Yes, 100%. They don't disclose that in the game. At no point did they talk about it, but I'm like, she definitely juices. And that's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that either. But that's where I just have to, I'm like, it's like, I don't know, okay. It's fine. I understand listen, I'm just going to cut through the shit. I know what they're trying to say. Women can be just as badass as men. And, you like Joel, and Joel was a tough, badass character going around beating the shit out of people. Guess what? We're going to let you do that with this female now. They can do it too. I'm like, okay. And to be honest, that was never my problem. The only problem I ever had with The Last of Us wasn't even Abby, bro. It was the fact that they're like, we're going to give you a character like Abby, and now you're going to play as her. And I'm like, you suck. You fucking suck, dude. I'm sorry. Like, I'll never get over that. Where it's like, you've made me want to dislike this game. And Neil warned us. He did warn us. Neil said, he straight up said, we don't use the word fun when we talk about The Last of Us 2. I could have never truly embraced myself for what that man meant when he said that. Misery, suffering, PTSD. Average Couch, you're saying, I don't want Ellie 2.0 gameplay wise. Look at the show. Well, here's the thing. If they do they're going to do a Last of Us Part 3, assuming it stars Ellie. I do wonder how they would evolve her gameplay even further. Because her game, dude, Ellie's gameplay in The Last of Us Part 2 is fucking amazing. Like running around, going prone in the grass, strafing and shit through doors and stuff, during combat. I'm like, this is kind of crazy. It definitely felt like an evolution of Joel's gameplay. And it did make sense. They were like, well, Joel was a little bit more rigid and stiff. He's older, it's just a bit more strong or, more stats and strength, I guess. And Ellie was like more nimble and more versatile in her movement capability. And I'm like, yeah, that I feel like that came through really well. Kevin Thomas, you're saying, what I respect about Naughty Dog, they don't play it safe. I like when their games take risks. I respect that too. I mean, I've always stated, no matter how much I can't stand The Last of Us Part 2, I've always stated that good for them for just saying, fuck you, we don't care. Like, I can always respect that. I can respect that because it's not easy to do that. The only thing I don't like, and this is the only question mark I raise. And to be fair, I raise this question mark at many of the things I see, which is like, how authentic is that? That's all I ask. How authentic is it? Because to me, there is a difference between somebody who has a chip on their shoulder saying, fuck you, versus somebody just doing what, like an artist that's lost in their art. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I guess, yeah, it's kind of like the difference between a musician being like, I wrote this song because I had a couple of people I wanted to say fuck you to, versus I was so lost in a dark place that I wrote the song, and I think I kind of ended up saying fuck you to a couple of people, but it wasn't like, that wasn't at the center of my mind. I was just lost in what I was doing. Where it's like, really the only thing that should come through is the raw emotion. And I do think for a lot of The Last of Us Part 2, that does come through. I do agree. I think for a lot of it, that comes through. But I think that there are just some aspects, certain beats in that game where like, I do think that you have a couple of people you're trying to really say fuck you to, and bait comes through. But also, there are, like I said, this is where I'm trying to give credit where it's due. There are many aspects of that story where I feel like, yeah, okay, like you got me thinking about some stuff here, and in a way I wasn't expecting, so I can respect it, ultimately. Oh, and we have Mateto with another chat. He says, the main premise of Naughty Dog is how far into the dark places hatred can take you, and all the hate they received from the toxic community over the narrative decisions is precisely the validation of that premise, and that's how they managed to break the fourth wall. I mean, if I'll tell you this, if that was all intentional, like, yes, that's what that, like, it was all based, because that essentially would be like a social experiment. If it turns out that The Last of Us Part 2 is a social experiment, I tip my hat to them. Like, impressive. Makes me hate the game a little bit more. But I don't. Again, this is where it's tough, man, because it's just like, there's clearly an intention. I think everybody can identify that intention. And it is maybe exactly what you just said, right? It's exactly what you said, where it's like, it's about highlighting how far people, like how driven people become due to hatred. And I agree. It is a universal problem. It's a problem that, unfortunately, when you do shine a bright light on it and you're very loud about it, yeah, you're gonna, I mean, you're asking to get swarmed. I think that when we talk about intergalactic, I am, dude, I am like bracing myself where it's like, oh, you guys, you guys thought The Last of Us Part 2 was going to be divisive. I'm so fucking curious about what type of message and theme is going to be. Because, like, here's the thing with The Last of Us Part 2, I appreciate the overall message. I do. And I like that about Naughty Dog. Like, I actually do appreciate that. Where it's like, no matter how people feel or how I feel about Neil Druckmann or Naughty Dog or whatever, the politics, all that aside, it's like they're trying to say something. And they're trying to say it pretty, like, we're going to really say it, you know? I can appreciate that because it's like that. And the fact that I'm still talking about The Last of Us Part 2, it's a testament to, like, it's interesting, you know? Like, it kind of just continues to marinate. Or even if it's something that brings out a negative feeling in you, it's profound in that sense. And I do like that. I do think that we need more of that. I just think that it can go terribly wrong, you know, where it's, you know, it's like the old saying goes, like, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And so if you're trying to deliver some kind of message, you know, oftentimes it's how you're going to choose to deliver that message that's going to be, you know, the delivery method is what's really going to stick with people. Sometimes, and that's the risk that I feel like Naughty Dog took this risk where it's like, you do understand that the way in which you're choosing to deliver this message is going to be the thing that people remember more so than the actual message. And that is basically where I feel like Naughty Dog may have kind of failed in a, you know, just in my own personal opinion with The Last of Us Part 2, where it's like, guys, I think that there are just some things you did with this game that, no matter how true the message may be, the delivery method, how it arrived, is the only thing that people are going to think about. And I think that it creates a certain risk of, like, it's getting lost in the sauce. You know, it's like, how lost are people going to get in the sauce that you just made? Because this is a pretty thick sauce, dude. And there's a crazy analogy. That Naughty Dog sauce. But I think that's, you know, I think what you're saying is true, Mateto. I think there's a little bit of truth to what we're both saying here. I do. And I think there's a duality to a game like I mean, obviously there's a duality to the game like The Last of Us Part 2, but I think that duality it runs so deep that might be the most interesting thing about it. And I think that's what bothers me, is it's like, damn, like, I respect that to an extent, but it also still bothers me. It's like, I do kind of, it's one of the reasons where, like, when I think about The Last of Us Part 1, I always have this mentality of, like, The Last of Us Part 1 is just so much better. It's so much better. And I won't lie that I think, like, one of the reasons I feel that way is because it's so much easier to talk about with people, where it's like, The Last of Us Part 1 didn't feel like it was it definitely was trying to deliver a message, but it didn't feel like, again, the delivery method was, no pun intended, beating you over the head to the point where all you can focus on is like, my head hurts, please stop. It just kind of, you know, it kind of nudges you a little bit, and it's like, think about that. Just think about it a little bit. And once you start thinking about it, you're like, Okay. And I just appreciate that so much more because I guess, yeah, it makes it easier to discuss and it's, you didn't get people coming out and be like, I fucking hated the ending of The Last of Us because Neil fucking sucks. I fucking hate that guy. Like, but you also didn't get people coming and be like, no, you fucking hater. Like, you're just a misogynistic piece of shit. It's like, and I feel like that's all it is anymore. And I'm like, God damn it. Like, it was so much better when people were like, did Joel make the right choice or not? And it's like, it didn't tell you. It wasn't trying to tell you. It just let you decide. I don't know. And I guess that's, but again, man, that's the choice that Naughty Dog made. They're like, we are not doing it that way this time. And they didn't have to. They can do what they want. Just like with Intergalactic. Who knows? Maybe Intergalactic is going to come out and be like, we're going to tell you why Christianity sucks. Or maybe they're just going to tell you why any religion you choose to partake in sucks. I don't know. All I know is that you're playing with fire again. Even more so. I'll be here for it. I'll be here for it. New Soul 9 with a $10 chat. You're saying, MBG, out of curiosity, how would you feel if Lucia in GTA 6 beat Jason in a physical fight or in weightlifting? What would be your thought or view on Rockstar? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't like view that as, oh man, like it would come off as a little bit eye-rolly where it's like, of course she did. Of course she did. Because there's no way the man could be stronger or faster or more physically fit. There's no way that could be true. And that's where we are. That's I mean, we're getting into subjects of like modern feminism and whatnot. And like when I think about that, yes, that will beat the shit out of you. Oh, hold on. Okay, it looked like my stream was. Is my stream fucking up? Guys, are we having any issues? She's Latina. Sir Digital Dude says, MBG, you should be grateful. Without The Last of Us Part 2, you'd have nothing to complain or talk about. That's very true. Listen, if somebody says to me, hey man, say what you want about The Last of Us Part 2, you're still talking about it. You're right. You're right. I mean, how can I deny that? If it's like, well, that counts for something, right? Yeah. Yeah, it does. He has abandoned. True. We could talk about that. If your masculinity is being challenged by a female video game character, then I don't know what to tell you. It's not that deep. Ray, you're saying it's buffering? Yeah, I'm seeing buffering on my end. Like, would I care at the end of the day? No. Like, if they want to make Lucia the most badass Latina protagonist ever created, cool. However, I would expect that it's like, if they brought her out with Abby's body, it's like, okay, that's fine. But especially, it's like, it's GTA. Like, I need to see a scene of her and, injecting the roids or talking about it, like, got the roids. I'm on my cycle, like I would absolutely expect that. And especially if it's like, she's, she's beat, we got domestic abuse, she's beating the shit out of Jason. But it wouldn't be that big of a deal to me because I feel like when you watch that GTA trailer, my vibe was these characters are on basically equal footing with each other, where like they're both, like, he's ex-military, she's she almost looks like she's like a boxer almost, like she's a fighter. I'm like, yeah, that's I guess, I don't know. There's, if she killed Jason by beating him over the head with a golf club, my opinion might change a little bit. Just a little bit. New Soul 9, are you insinuating that that GTA 6 is going to have the same plot line of The Last of Us Part 2? I'm excited for GTA 6's story. I do think that there's clearly going to be a twist. There's clearly going to be a big twist, and I'm curious about that. What about bodybuilding women? They can kick your... Oh, yeah, they can. No, dude, I think these days, I think there's just as many women, like building up their bodies like men are. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't have any problem with that. My only thing is very specific to The Last of Us Part 2, where it's like, this feels totally out of place. And it's jarring because of the setting, because of what you've set up. In GTA, I'm much less like when, if Lucia's a little bit muscular, it's like I'm much less focused on that because I'm like, dude, it's Vice City. Like, yeah, she's probably going, she's got like a crazy workout regimen. Who knows what she could be taking, she's on like Anavar or some shit, But, at the end of the day, man, like, at the end of the day, gameplay is king. So, is that true? Some people question that if that's true. Is gameplay king? Well, sure. Well, that's fine. I mean, it's like if the assumption is that Abby has access to all that too, then yeah. But like, all right. I don't want to go deeper into it. I feel like if I go deeper into it, it's just going to start getting too deep into the weeds where it's like, what are we talking about here? We're talking about women juicing up in video games. Well, yeah, no, I do remember in The Last of Us Part 2, you walk by like a gym and, everybody's like working out there. We're already too deep, man. This is what happens. See what happens? But I'm going to be the one. MBG, you misogynistic piece of shit. Meanwhile, I'm the one like, I can't wait to play as Faye. Oh, man. What's out of place? A female post-apocalyptic survivor who's part of a militarized faction shouldn't be strong and capable? That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. First off, it should be known that being muscular isn't always a sign of strength. In fact, many powerlifters, they don't have like ripped looking physiques, but they're very strong. Bone density is way more, that's way more of a factor in raw strength than muscle ever will be. And bone density, bone density and muscle size don't necessarily go hand in hand. So all I'm trying to say is that it does make complete sense that a character like Abby is going to be tough and rough and fully capable fighter. Again, I implore you guys to go look at... There's a reason they gave her a tank top. There's a reason they want her veins bulging. They want you to know. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Her arms are bigger than every other dude's here and yours. That's all I'm pointing out. And the fact that people are acting like that's strange of me to point out, like, no, that's very intentional. And my question is, why do you think they did that? Seriously, why do you think they did that? I just feel like some people are making it seem like, like, let's face it, man, Neil Druckmann, he has an idea of what modern feminism really is. And the fact of the matter is there are absolutely women out there that get offended at the idea of a man thinking they know better. Like, I know it's best. I know what women need to look like and how they should look and how they need to be represented. It's like, maybe you should talk to women about that. Maybe you should let women decide that. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is where it starts to get hairy. No pun intended. This is where it starts to get hairy, where it's like, dude, at what point do you just let the women decide? I don't know. What about the women who don't want to be represented by... What about the women who are not fixated on, but I got to be buff and tough too? Where are they in The Last of Us? Now, maybe that makes less sense because, you know, the post-apocalypse. They're all dead. Only the strong survive. Anabolic. Abby Bollock, baby. Let's go. Harry. Listen, all I know is Jordan A. Munn better have the hairiest armpits I've ever seen on a woman. That'll show him. That'll shut him up real quick. No hair on the head, hair on the pits. Make it happen. Neil, let's go. Give you that one for free. Oh my God. She ate the zebra her dad saved. Bro, okay. Everybody knows that's how you get permanently buff. Hey, no, we don't know. The state of play might still be coming. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that as well, Titus. Like, I think it could just be unhealthy for... And that it's not exclusive to just sex either, you know, like men or... like man, woman, it's just with anything. Like, you know that they say comparison is the thief of joy. Like every person has strengths and weaknesses, you know? Like it's there is biology. Biology exists. It just does. You know, we didn't make it that way. It just is. But at the same time, like individualism exists as well. So are you serious? You've had zebra? More like a gamey horse meat? Jeez. I was not expecting to hear that from you, Titus. You just keep surprising, bro. Craziest thing I ever saw was kangaroo jerky, and I'm like, I ain't eating that shit. Hell no, I ain't eating that. All right. I'm waiting, or it's about to be 2 p.m. Is Sony gonna announce it? We assume Faye's main weapon is the axe, right? Yeah, that would be my assumption. That was her weapon, you know? She gave it to Kratos. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I get too caught up in stupid shit too. And I blame the fact that I'm sitting here and I'm talking and rambling. I can admit that. Because it's like, who the fuck cares at the end of the day? Still no state of play. All right, well, guys, I don't know. It's every hour that goes by, it's looking spookier and spookier. No announcement yet. Are we giving up? Is it too? Well, we still have like at least 3 hours. Although I don't know if I'm going to stream for 3 more hours straight, but yeah, I'm not seeing anything, dude. All right, we'll check again at 3 p.m. Crocodile. But yeah, no, maybe I just get lost in the sauce myself unnecessarily, where it's like, who fucking cares? You know, like make characters look however you want to make them look. You know, I just sometimes I do feel like I get baited. And that goes in all directions. Like, I feel like sometimes I am that person that's just too easily baited, where it's like, watch this, I'm going to piss this guy off. You know what I mean? Because, like, but at the end of the day, it's like, whatever, man. Whatever. Like, oh, you have a message you want to send? Cool, I don't care. If I care, I'll let you know. But, I don't know, there's an energy, I think, at the end of the day. I think people pick up on energy. I think anytime you're playing a story-based game, there's some kind of message, you know? Some messages much simpler than others, but there's always an energy behind it. I think we kind of pick up on it. You guess people who also didn't like the story based on The Last of Us Part 2 and the show also just aren't big brained enough to understand the story. People just did not like the story. Yeah, well, that's what I mean, man. Like, it. I think not to continue to like just talk about The Last of Us Part 2, but I think the greatest strength of The Last of Us Part 2 is it's like a double-edged sword. It's its greatest strength and weakness, where its willingness to just truly embrace like nihilism, even to like the player's detriment. And that's where I do give credit to Naughty Dog, where I'm like, that takes balls. I sometimes I do think about the ending of The Last of Us Part 2, and I'm like, shit, man. Like, you lost. You lost it all. And there ain't no there isn't even a flicker of a hope here. You know? At least for Ellie. And I'm like, it takes quite a bit. Like, to do that to Ellie after what they did to Joel. To the two characters that you journeyed with in the first game and grew to love. And it was interesting seeing the reactions to the show because, yeah, there were a lot of people that had no fucking idea what was coming. And I'm like, that sucks. First time. But yeah, it's just, I don't know if that's true or not. Neil got fired from the show because it bombed so much. I'm not so sure because, like, to be honest, and this is where it's like, I do think maybe sometimes people get too crazy with Neil Druckmann, where like the only episodes in season 2 that I thought were good were the ones he directed. So, like, shockingly, I'm like, those were the good ones. Every other one where I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? But here's my big thing. Dude, they fucked up with the casting of Ellie for season 2. Bella Ramsey did good, I think, in the season 1, but when they were like, you're going to be 19-year-old Ellie now, I'm like, she needed to be recast big time. And every time I saw her and I'm not being rude, I'm just saying every time I saw her face and I'm like, that's supposed to be Ellie from The Last of Us Part 2, I was just like, this is stupid. Just like, and I'm not being rude, not like she's ugly or anything. I'm just saying, like, this, she looks 12. She looks 12. You know, like, this is dumb. But, you know, we're going to get Skinny Abby in season 3. That'll be great. I mean, to me, that makes more sense. You're saying, yeah, apparently Neil Druckmann left because he had to go put all his, you know what I think happened? I think Neil was getting too invested in the show and there was too much of his time and energy going into it. And there was like fires happening at the studio because that report from Jason Schreier where he was saying that, like, dude, they're like running behind on Intergalactic and they got a crunch. And I think, yeah, Neil had to come back and be like, guys, what the fuck's going on? You know? And so I think it was just maybe a decision where it's like, yeah, I got to run the ship here. That is much more believable to me because that's the thing. Like, I do think the episodes he directed were actually good. But there could have been disagreements as well. Like, I have no doubt. It's hard not to believe, right? That, or what I meant to say is it's hard to believe there weren't disagreements. Like, there were so many strange decisions made with some aspects of season 2 that it's like, it's just, it would be hard for me to believe that Neil was like, yeah, this is good. You know? My theory is that the game wouldn't have landed as bad if it didn't get leaked. People made up their minds way before the game came out. I mean, yeah, there will always be that wonder, right? Of like what could have been if the leaks didn't happen. My question is how badly the leaks affected sales. I do think that The Last of Us Part 2 sold softer than the first game. It still did well. I think it still crossed 10,000 pretty easily, but it sold softer. Dude, yeah, I don't know why Luna's so huge, dude. She is fucking monster. I mean, some of it's a little bit fat, but she's like, see? Proof. Women, females can be completely fucking jacked. Look at how buff Luna is. She's like, she's so much more intimidating than any of my male cats. I should have named her Abby. I should have. That would have been great. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. All right. Let's see here. MBG Ellie, I'm a dad. You're saying go compare sales of The Last of Us? Let me check. It's been a long time since I've looked up Last of Us sales. Let's see. The Last of Us 1 sales versus 2 sales. I don't know what data is out there. The Last of Us Part 2 achieved higher initial sales velocity. Oh, okay. Selling over 4 million copies in the first 3 days and 10 million by early 2022, making it one of the fastest ever selling first-party PS4 exclusives. However, The Last of Us Part 1, okay, that's where things get a little bit messed up. The Last of Us Part 1, including PS3 and PS4, had higher lifetime sales exceeding 18 to 30 million units over a longer period. Oh, you know what's funny about that? It almost seems like the leaks actually helped push more sales. Michael, you're saying don't mess with a hungry woman. And she's gone. She's gone. Yeah, that's a huge range. 18 to 30 million. You know, an extra 12 million or so, maybe. We don't know. What's the last update officially that we got? Yeah, I guess the last official update is 10 million copies in 2022. It's got to be way. So they released The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered in 2024. It's got to be way beyond 10 million now. Maybe closer to like 15? 13 maybe? This guy, Nib, I see him around every now and again. A year ago, he posted the notion that The Last of Us Part 2 is largely hated or unsuccessful is pure disingenuous fiction based on actual data we have. Reception, 93% on Metacritic, 90% in purchase confirmed customer reviews on PSN, meaning most critics and buyers loved it. It's important because unlike user reviews on Metacritic, which can be bombed by trolls, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I never cared about the. Like, I know there was like a big hoopla with the user score on Metacritic. I never gave a shit about that because I'm like, dude, who cares? Like, anybody can. People are creating accounts just to give it a 0. You know, like that's not indicative of anything. MBG, did you get 2 super chats from me? It says they went through but never showed on stream. Let me check. Hold on. That's weird. That'll be a first. I did not get any super chats from you. What probably happened, Nicodemus, my guess, because the last messages I have from you are, did you get those super chats? Before that, it says it's simple, vote with your wallet. Did the player 2 trick? MBG, I beat Psycho Mantis last night. Well, congrats on that, by the way. I missed that. It's simple. We want Big Booty Judy, not Roid Rage Abby. We want Gooner Abby. Come on, Naughty Dog. What are you doing? What are you doing? Make these characters sexy. Cat fight. I don't. No, Nicodemus. What probably happened? Because this does happen to some people. Like they go to drop member gifts or sometimes super chats, and you're gonna get charged back. You're gonna get the money back in your account probably by tomorrow or sooner. Where it'll say it went through, but really it kind of like got rejected at the bank. Somebody, the most recent example of this was, I forget who, but somebody, they went to go drop 10 membership gifts and they were like, did those 10 gifts go through? I'm like, nah, dude. I told him like, it probably was stopped by your bank, and he got the money back. And, or no, Titus Crow, you were the last one that I think you were trying to drop a member gifts and it didn't go through. It happens sometimes. I don't know like the exact cause. I think people who do it more frequently, like it's like recognized with their bank or whatever. But if it's like your first time or you do it very, very infrequently, it might be viewed as like suspicious or something. Michael Werneth with a 199 chat saying, MBG, did you get my super chat? I got your super chat, Michael. Yours came through. Yes. No super sticker though? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if you can use gift. I'm assuming if it's like a Visa gift card, you can probably do that. Yeah. Yeah, Titus says that happened to me 2 weeks ago. Went back to my bank within the hour. You skimped my 1 cent. How dare you? Oh, but that comes through. Nicodemus, interesting. That's weird. So you dropped a member gift. That came through. And D'Angelo got it. Well, now I'm questioning what your super chats were saying. Like, I wonder if maybe YouTube. Hold on, let me see if I can. No, it should show me. Huh. Yeah, Nicodemus, tell me what your super chats were in reference to, because now I'm curious. Because that's weird. It shouldn't let you put a member gift through if it's blocking your super chats. Oh, Titus has got that super stickers. Now that's a diabolical super sticker, bro. And Zombie Dragon comes in. He drops 5 more. And between that 5 and Nicodemus, that brings us up to 11. So we might still make it to the goal yet, guys. Still waiting for that state of play. Please let there be a state of play tomorrow, man. Like, I was totally prepared to stream a freaking state of play, and now I'm like, was any of it even real? Michael says, I bet I can do less, Titus. A 99. The fact that they make that emoji, or not emoji, whatever. I guess that's an emoji. They make that the 99 cent / pound? Wait, how would I say that? Yeah, the 99 cent super sticker, bro. That's crazy. Like, what are they trying to say there? Okay, see, that doesn't make any sense. Nicodemus, you're saying, I said I beat Psycho Mantis last night and Neil Druckmann sucks. But it just let you say that and it went through. I don't know what's going on, dude. That's really weird. Well, you'll have to let me know maybe tomorrow or later in the week if you get that money back, because nothing came through on my end. And Michael Werneth, oh, okay, first time I've seen that one. He's got a smiling devil. I don't like that. I don't like that, Michael. It's making me feel a certain way. Michael just wants to have fun with the super stickers now. Hold on, I want to check something now with the super stickers. I've never really looked. There's so many. There's a $50. So, wow, okay, they have $50 super stickers, which is wild. Oh my God, wait, they have descriptions of these super stickers. What the fuck? I've been seeing these super stickers for years. Okay, so they have just perfect. This pair is just a classic surf dude. He's his own biggest supporter and hands down the most self-confident piece of fruit you will ever meet. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Hi, Popo. A young hippopotamus called Popo left the waters of his home only to submerge into a different kind of stream. This is insane. Okay, they have Bushiba, which I think looks like a Shiba Inu. When Bushiba lost his owner, he turned to a life of motorcycles and mischief, but now he's turning over a cool new leaf. What? Dude, I can't. Capona, what's happening right now? I'm reading the lore behind YouTube super stickers. I have seen these characters for years, and I did not realize that YouTube actually wrote lore for some of these characters. Then they have a super sticker section called Biggest Fans. These people will always cheer you on, be the first to like your stream, and love your presence unconditionally. Unconditionally, they say. They're your biggest fans. Come to think of it, I don't know if I've ever gotten a super sticker from this. Yeah, these ones kind of suck. Oh my God, they have a super sticker of what looks to be a female. I'm assuming the gender. It looks to be a really buff. I'm not kidding. There seems to be a $5 super sticker of a really buff female flexing her bicep. And it says boss. There ain't no way. We have Energetic Lemon and Baby Lemon. Energetic Lemon likes to try new and interesting things, and Baby Lemon likes to copy everything Energetic Lemon does. Never got an Energetic Lemon one. And then they just have like generic stuff. Vibes. Onset. Thumbs up. They have a no, it's a unicorn, not a pony. Rainbow, black cat. They have a weight. I never really looked into these. And my see, I told you it was real. But Michael, don't troll me like that, bro. Michael posted the super sticker I was just talking about. Look at that. They got Abby as a super sticker, bro. Are you kidding me? I do appreciate that though, Michael. I like this version of Abby better. And then you have, this is the last one. It's called Masher. It's a controller. It's like it says Masher is a video game controller who's full of energy and knows all the best button combinations to have a good time. Okay. Well, those are the super stickers, guys. I don't know how we got here. Yeah, Michael beat you to it, bro. Sony corns unite. All right, so about that state of play. We need a state of play super sticker. I'm going to check to see if there's an update yet. Sony patents a controller with deformable buttons to let you twist, pinch, and feel gameplay. Okay, what kind of freaky ass shit are they doing over there at Sony? Headquarters at their engineering teams. Pinch, twist. They want me to twist and pinch. Hold on. Says a new Sony patent reveals a grid-based controller with deformable buttons that can twist and adjust to enhance gameplay. It aims to deliver advanced tactile feedback, letting players feel things like weight, friction, and impact through interconnected button mechanisms. I can't wait to pinch Kratos. Tweak the nips. Okay. Next gen is going to be amazing, guys. It's going to be amazing. I don't know what to do at this point. We just need 39 more member gifts so we can hear them drums. I mean, I'd be willing to do it. You guys want to hit 50 members right now? I'll just spend the next 30 minutes drumming. I could do it. I don't have it. You know, what else am I going to do? Still talk about The Last of Us Part 2? Is that what you want? Dude, it is getting kind of cold in here. I knew it was going to get cold in this basement. All right, I'm going to go grab my hoodie real quick. When I come back, Nicodemus, I better see a 50 bomb. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. It's like, dude, it says it's 89. It says it's 89 degrees outside, dude. It's cold down here. Nicodemus, I'm so disappointed, bro. I'm so disappointed. Where's my 50? Oh, you ain't got it like that. Oh, well, you want to see me drum, huh? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I wonder if Luna bullies Clark because he is tiny. Actually, no, dude. Clark is crazy. Clark doesn't bully anybody, but he likes to fuck with everybody. I guess because he comes from the streets, he just likes to mess with all the other cats, and he does this weird tail whip thing. He does like a 360. I've never seen any cat do this. It must have been something he learned in the streets to defend himself. Where like he'll start messing with Luna, and if Luna, and you know Luna doesn't get really mobile. She gets more defensive, and she'll just like raise her paw, but she gets like real big. And I guess Clark's defensive strategy is he just does this 360 tail whip. It's so weird. He like doesn't do anything. I think he just does it to freak the other cats out. It's the funniest shit. He's so weird. And then he starts fighting himself. I'm serious. Clark starts fighting his own feet. Like he'll start like kicking himself in the face, and like it's insane. And I don't know what that's about. Like I don't know if that's he does that out of boredom, or maybe he had to survive with the other cats because he is pretty small. Like he had to make him think he's crazy, or maybe he is just crazy. Shadow Link, you're saying MEG, whoa, that super sticker looks like one of the characters from Concord. Also, Sony patents a Bop It controller. Dude, that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, why is this reminding me of Bop It? Yo, shout out to Bop It. You want to see me play Bloodborne? I did play Bloodborne a while ago, long time ago. Never did platinum it, though. I struggled with it. I did. But I persisted. I overcame. Clark been through that street life. Been in fights like crazy, probably. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I really wonder. Because the thing that makes me wonder so much about Clark is I know where he was, like where he resided, where he grew up for the first 2 years of his life. It's bad. Like it's like bad. Like I wouldn't go there. So he was like living on like bad streets. And it just makes me wonder. Like, for example, when the last time, I don't remember the last time exactly fireworks went off. But the last time fireworks went off around here, all my other cats are freaking out. He's just chilling. I'm like, yeah, it probably sounds like gunshots. He's used to that. It's crazy. Michael, you're saying basements are the same temp all year round unless you artificially change it with heat or AC. Yeah. I think the AC is turned on, and I do have ventilation down here, so it's making it like extra cold. He's got those street smarts. Sounds like the streets weren't too good to him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. One of the things I'll say that's completely different about Clark compared to my other cats. Now, all of my other cats, I mean, Leia, she didn't live on the streets, but she was like picked up. I guess she lived on the streets very temporarily, but she was picked up by like a traveling circus or some shit. But they were like, this isn't any life for a cat, so they put her up for adoption, and then we got her. Crazy, right? But she, I don't know, she always seemed totally normal. Boss has just been babied since day one. He's just a big baby. And same thing with Luna. Luna, we got her as a kitten. Clark is so different in that he is by far the most active cat. Like, he's always jumping around. He's always doing shit. He grew up at Rich Rod, no joke. Rich Rod probably can tell you the town. Or he can correctly guess the town that Clark grew up in. Because I know where Rich Rod's from. But maybe she's a she's a little panther. Shadowlink, you're saying it's Baltimore, Camden, or Philly. He has an accent. Oh. Maybe. Did Shadowlink just guess it? Clark is funny though, man. He's really funny. He's a good cat. He's really sweet. And that's what's interesting about him is like, if he did, I just get the feeling Clark thrived on the streets. I don't know why. He has that energy about him where I'm like, I don't think he struggled. He seems like he got along with everybody. He seems like I don't know. He just seemed like he did really well. Like he almost comes off to me like he befriended a lot of humans. That's how he acts. Like he's just, because he's so friendly, man. Like he'll go up to everybody and just be like, "What's up, man?" You know? He just has that energy. So, Nicodemus, stop. I mean, wait. There was a patent on a controller that made you feel heat and cold, right? That was a thing that Sony patented a while ago. And I don't know. I mean, we have to imagine a DualSense 2 is coming. What is the DualSense 2 going to be? I mean, really. If Clark could speak, think of the stories. I do think about that. Yeah. I could have swore he was just around here. You know, the one thing he is scared of, though? You know what he is scared of? He's scared of the drums. There's not many, like, loud sounds that actually freak him out, but the drums are one of the things where he's like, oh, hell no. But to be fair, I don't... I think it would scare a person, you know? Shit's loud as hell. Any more weird dreams? I had a dream about bugs last night, which was kind of a nightmare, I guess, but nothing too weird, nothing too abnormal. I did go to sleep last night, though, thinking, like, I wonder what weird dream I'm going to have tonight. I had a dream about Bug Snacks 2. It's coming. Summer PlayStation Showcase. PS6 reveal event. Maybe it's just your music. How dare you, Michael? How dare you? Dude, I don't know. I have a new way I play the drums now where, you know, over the last couple of days of playing, I've been trying to figure out how do I make, because you have to understand, like, I know a lot of you guys understand because a lot of you are musicians or are familiar with drums or electric drums. I've just been so used to, I just plug in my phone to my electric drums, put on the headphones, adjust the volumes all perfectly, and that's it. That's it. And ever since I started playing the acoustic drums again, I'm like, damn, I tried hooking up my amplifier and blasting a song as loud as I could. My drums would play over it. So I couldn't play with it. I'm like, okay, that's not going to work. I don't have a sound system set up, or I don't have like in-ear monitors or anything like that. So I'm like, I have to find a solution here. And so I went rummaging. I actually found... So I bought these originally. These are just ear protectors. You know, they work really good, by the way. They work deceptively well. So I was using these, but I'm like, I need to find a way to be able to listen to music, to play with songs. So I went rummaging in one of my baskets with a bunch of wires and shit in it because I'm like, I could have swore I had an old, it's actually a pair of Sony headphones. They don't make these anymore. Where I was like, they basically worked as like earplugs, or they work as earplugs essentially. They're almost like in-ear monitors. They're just headphones though. And what happens is when I put these on, it protects my hearing enough to where it's like, yeah, I can hear the drums just fine that I'm playing, but I can hear the music great too. So glad I sorted that out for anybody who was wondering. I was really surprised I found those headphones though, man. Those headphones are so old. I must have had those for over 10 years or something. So I thought for sure like they were done. Over a year ago, you said you had really bad nightmares. Ready to share them? God, man, not right now. No, I'll save it eventually. Eventually. I'm not trying to bring the vibe down, but I've been doing, I don't know, yesterday I was like doing some research. It was like the void state. How many of you guys know about manifestation? Let's manifest a state of play. You ready? You guys ready? Clear your minds. I mean, we're not really going to clear our minds, but just try to clear your mind. You are nothing. That's right. You're nothing. I'm nothing. Nothing is real. Everything is real. You're everything and nothing at the same time. Just think about the state of play. Just imagine the state of play. And now believe the state of play is real. Believe it. Believe it with all of your being. You are the state of play. You are the state of play. The state of play is coming. You are it. It is arriving. It has arrived. It already happened. It's happening again. It's infinite. It's an infinite state of play. And because of this, state of play will be announced in the next few hours. All right, we're on the same page. We just manifested a state of play. First message I see, people always getting false hype from these damn leakers. Bro, sounding like Joel Osteen. Are you Psycho Mantis? No, dude, I was like looking into this whole manifestation thing. Scripting, manifesting, the void state, astral plane. I'm like, this shit's crazy, but I kind of believe it. I do kind of believe it. Like, it's just this idea that you actually are extremely powerful. Like, your energy, your will, your ability to manifest through that energy is like, we basically have been conditioned to believe we're much weaker than we actually are. I know it sounds, I mean, even to me, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? You tell me I'm superhuman? No, you ain't superhuman. But humans have been made to, we've been conditioned to believe that we are, we're more limited than we actually are. You do with that what you will. Be careful. I just lost 10 viewers. Like, all right, I'm out, bro. Bro's telling me about Abby being buff. Manifesting is real. Damn near everything I have, I manifested it back when I was a kid. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how deep it goes. Like, you're saying you manifested it when you were a kid. How does that work? I mean, I'm not going to lie, man. I sit here and I think, even now, I'm like, this is crazy to me. Like, it feels a little bit surreal sometimes. Not to make it sound strange or anything, but like, I sit here and I think, like, man, how did I get this YouTube channel? Like, how do I have people, even like right now, it's like, how do I have people watching me? How do I make this work as a living? Like, how did it turn into this? Like, how do I have this cool space? How did I get drums? Like, I mean, I know like Shadowlink, like, he's like, here, man, let me help you buy some drums. But I'm like, how did that happen? You know what I'm saying? It feels like, how do I have a wife? How do I have a family? How do I have all the things I have? And I guess it's just the weather. Used to always say these bold statements like, I'm going to meet this famous person one day, and it happened years later. Interesting. I manifested the money I made today. Has nothing to do with the fact that I worked. I just manifested it into my pocket. Well, it is interesting to think, Michael, right? Like, I mean, that's where I get wishy-washy with it as well, where I'm like, yeah, okay, Manifestation, huh? I'm just, you know what? I want to manifest a nice steak sandwich in front of me right now. Where is it? It's like a steak. It's like Mrs. MBG just walks in. She's like, "Here, I got the steak sandwich for you." It's like, whoa, what? I think there's like, it's not as literal. I think some people take it too literally, you know, where it's like, if you think about the money you have right now, it kind of is like you did, in a sense, manifest it. Because think about the different choices you could have made. Think about how different your will could have been, the will to go in a different direction, and how that would affect your finances, you know? And it's I don't know, it's just this idea that that I guess it kind of does become somewhat spiritual, where it's like we're spiritual beings trapped in a physical plane or whatever, but we actually have we have like a very strong will, and our will is very powerful. It's very powerful energy. Very powerful. Boss is here. Boss is like, "Yo, you about to manifest some fucking treats, bro?" Guys, should I give Boss a couple more treats? I don't know. Did I give you seconds? I can't remember. Shadowlink, you're saying Bible speaks of manifestation. Good sir. Read and learn. Learn. Says it's 100% literal. You need to know the process. Oh, Shadowlink. So this is up your alley then. Shadowlink's like, I knew it. I knew it. Interesting. I mean, I was looking into it a little bit. I was on like some Reddit threads yesterday, and I'm not gonna lie, it gets a little bit out there. It gets a little bit out there where I'm like, all right, I don't know what some of these people are talking about, and they're freaking me out. I love the idea though, dude. The craziest thing I read, excuse me. Hold on, let me manifest some treats for Boss. Ah, Boss, you've manifested it. Good job. Thoughts become things, bro. That's it. No more though. I'm cutting it off. You can't manifest shit after that. You ain't manifesting nothing else. Go ahead. The craziest thing I read was how it's like, all right, bro, so like you're in the 3D, you're in the third dimension. The third dimension is this. It's this right now. It's physical matter, you know? That's the third dimension. But, you know, there's the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension is about imagination, man. It's all about free form thinking, and, you know, you can manifest anything through your imagination. But when we're here on the third dimension, the fourth dimension exists through your mind. So they exist at the same time. But if you are able to, you can actually like go to the astral plane, which is kind of like the fourth dimension. And in there, you're not limited by physical material and matter anymore, bro. So you can just let your I'm like, what? I'm like, okay. I mean, maybe, you know, it is interesting to me. Will you manifest AI going away, please? I mean, collectively, we could. First problem, you went on Reddit. Yeah, true. I know. I mean, Reddit, I don't take Reddit too seriously, but it's helpful sometimes. It's interesting. Reddit's interesting to me. That I don't know, I don't want to say it provides answers, but it provides a nice gateway to read about different people's experiences and interpretations of things. At what time do you think state of plays usually get announced, MBG? Do you know? Do you know? I mean, I'm thinking 5 p.m. is maybe the latest. It could be 6. 6 p.m. might be the latest, because 6 p.m. would be 3 p.m. I think it would be, right? 3 p.m. West Coast? Or would that be 7 p.m.? 7 p.m. would be 3 p.m. Look, man, it ain't over till it's over. Ain't over till it's over, man. There's something in there. White and black magicians rate the Bible and adjacent books. Wait, what? I could link you videos of manifestation. It's kind of like a cheat code when you got it down. See, I don't believe... See, that can't be true. Right? Like, it can't be that simple. Because I've seen numerous people say that, where it's like manifestation is a cheat code. And I'm like, so you're basically confirming that this is a game. I could believe that. I could believe it. But it's like, man, I really feel like I need more proof. You know, where it's like, yeah, life isn't serious, dude. You're just an avatar. I'm just an avatar right now. So are you. Everybody's just an avatar. And trust me, there's like, this is all just, it's a sophisticated game. You literally manifested yourself here purposely. You knew this is your created character. You knew exactly what stats you were going to have. You knew exactly what, you know what? Hold on. Let me read Zombie Dragon's super chat because I'm getting like way out here again. He says, so we can manifest on lowering prices for the PS5. What about GTA 6 play? Can we manifest? You're saying the bandage. I mean, yeah, this is where I feel like there has to be, like, there are hard limitations, right? Here's the thing about manifestation is if manifestation is real, the thing that seems to be out of our control are the timelines behind it. You know what I mean? So it's like you can manifest something, but you can't necessarily determine how exactly and when exactly it's going to show up. I haven't looked too deeply into it, but State of Play was supposed to be tomorrow. Yeah, we're still waiting. Hey, yo, MBG, I don't know if you covered this already, but how much do you think the PS6 will cost? I mean, dude, right now, I'm leaning towards. I think it's got to try to hit $600 or $700. I think 700 is too much. I think it's got to hit 600, and I don't think it's going to. I don't think it has a chance. If it goes to 700, I think it could still do well. If it goes to 800, it's over. I'm sorry. I don't care what I still don't care what anybody says. If the PS6 comes out at 800, I'm not saying nobody's going to buy it, but that's going to be the most unsuccessful PlayStation console by quite a margin. It's like an $800 console, dude. So Sony's got to go for a more affordable price point. They got to force it. I still believe that. Shadowlink, you're saying it is, but not quite as simple in implementation as it is an explanation, or more so, not as easy. Also, what do you really think the PS6 will look like? I think the PS6 is going to be in the shape of Mark Cerny's head. Yeah, that's what they're going for. No, the PlayStation 6 is going to be an X. How about that? It's just going to be an X. Yep. Yeah, I'll have to look into it deeper. Manifestation. What if it does work? They said, I've read, that manifestation is simply gaining the attention of your guardian angel to protect you from fate. That's the occult description. Once again, unsure if true. I love it. I love it, dude. I love the idea that my guardian angel isn't even paying attention to me. Dude, I always wonder, you know what I love? I love the idea that there's this just kind of spiritual hierarchy. I love it, man. Because it's so funny. It's so funny to just think like, yes, you have a guardian angel, and he's not just a guardian of you. He's got like a certain amount of people. And this is his job. Your guardian angel literally took on this job because he's hoping for a promotion. He wants to level up. And I just love the idea of like, oh shit, hold on, what's Fred doing over here? Okay, hold on, now he's got my attention. All right, well, you know, he's calling. He doesn't know he's calling, but he's calling. I love it. If you think about it, PC and Helix is way too expensive. Nintendo is not for third-party games. Only the PS5 and PS6 will be left. Yeah, I mean, I still think Sony could look at the PS5 as, you know, that is our S console. I said our ass console. It's our ass console. It's our S console. That is the PS6 Lite. Mark Cerny's head with glowing eyes. It does work. You have to know the source, how to ask to receive, and how to feel as it is already received and lived in that thought. So we're talking about like vibrations right now, huh? Okay. Yeah, okay. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. So, all right. So if I bring my internal vibrational frequencies, if I raise them, if it's like if I can live, that's fascinating because I've always kind of heard like, I don't know if it's like a real saying. Like, I don't know if it actually comes from the Bible or not, but it's like God, it's like the saying, like, God will only give you as much as you can handle, right? But it kind of goes in the other direction where if you want more, you're not going to be given more if you can't fully appreciate what you have now. And I guess this is kind of like taking that a step further. It's like, not only are you going to fully appreciate what you have now, you're going to live as if you already have it. And that's so interesting because it's like, if you can achieve living with and believing, like almost like simulating, like I'm simulating my day-to-day life as if I already obtained this thing that I wanted, whether it be some kind of success or some kind of physical item, it almost kind of negates if you get it. In a sense, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like, it can't really influence you. It can, like, it's like, oh yeah, it's like me with air drumming, dude. I air drum all the time. I just pretend I'm playing a kid. I manifested it. Now I have it. It's like, yeah, I was already doing this. Oh, it's real. It's real, bro. What about Job? God put bro through the ring. Yeah, what was up with that? Here's what I think. So I have another theory. And I don't know if this is true. Nobody can really know if this is true, but it's so funny to me to think. I like to imagine that all of this, and when I say all of this, I'm talking even like spiritually and beyond. It's kind of like a video game where let's say reincarnation is real. And when you're in the kind of hub area, spiritually, you're in the hub area, whatever you are, your soul, maybe you're just the last identity. So like if I were to die right now, it's like, John, I'm MBG. I'm wandering around in this soul hub area, and that's how I see myself. And it's like, go to the bonfire, bro. It's like, okay, here's your save files. Here are all your past lives. You were Carl. You were you were Jeff in this life. These are just normal names. I could have been I was I'm trying to think of like a foreign name, and I literally can't think of a single foreign name. Just random foreign name. You were this in this person in this past life. These were your past avatars, and this is your latest one. And I love the idea of like, it depends on what you're listening to, but I've come across numerous things, and the way it kind of supposedly works is in the spirit world. You can like level. They didn't say it this way, but the way I interpret it is you can level up. You can become more powerful spiritually, and you can ascend further and further and further. But you have to do certain things to do that. Like you have to actually, and one of the things you can do is you can reincarnate into this world, into planet Earth. And I wouldn't be shocked if it's like there's many planets out there in the universe, different realities all over the place. You can reincarnate into fucking who knows what. But it's like this idea that you get to choose. It's almost like you're looking through a menu. You get to choose who your parents are going to be, the trials you're going to go through. You're basically signing up for it, and you're looking it all over, and it's like this is going to be the life you live. And the reason, and so it's like, why would a person choose to go through suffering in a reincarnated life? Or maybe, I don't know, maybe you could even choose to be an animal. I don't know about that, but why would a person choose that? And it's like, because this is going to, the reward you're going to get, like, think of it, you can almost look like you're going to get way more XP for that, bro, when you're done. You become way more powerful spiritually. And I just love that notion. I have no idea if it's true or not. Nobody really knows, but I just love this idea that, you know, we're just all like souls trying to level up. We are playing a game, basically. It's mind-blowing to think. It's kind of jarring to think. You fucked up royally, bro. Lost 17 levels. Sorry, dude. You got to be a pig in the Middle Ages. Dude, I think like this, Titus. Like, I really listen, man. You want to know how I think? You really want to know how my mind works? And this is how I know, like, either I've gone insane or I've stumbled upon something where it's like, you're breaking the matrix right now, dude. It's broken for you. Hold on, before I tell you this, though, we got Daniel coming in. He's like, I'm just trying to talk about video games, man. I always try to keep it gaming. I'm just simply saying we're Sims, all right? Clark, what's up? I manifested you, bro. Don't do that. Clark's here to mess something up. You good? Did Clark have treats? Clark, you want treats? Don't. That's my rock. That's my special rock. Clark, come on. You want some? There you go, bro. Daniel, you're saying Starfield rated Switch 2 can't see it running well. Oh, no, dude. If they try to force that shit on Switch 2, I don't feel bad for what happens afterwards. That game should not become the Switch 2. Keep going, MBG. This is good stuff. Hold on, let me see what SMGO said. MBG Morphic Fields type that in on YouTube and see what you get. Try something out and come back to us tomorrow. Hold on. I love when people just suggest the most random shit. Morphic Fields? I don't know if I like the sound of that. Sounds pretty intense. Morphic Fields. What is morphic resonance? Okay. Yeah, this seems like some interesting shit. I'll have to look into this. Oh, Quantum University. Oh, boy. Does this have to do with quantum physics? Because that's really going to catch my attention. Yeah, something's going on with quantum physics. Tell you, something's going on there. But if you want to know how my mind works, here, like yesterday morning, I came down here, and you guys know to the right of me, I have my big, behind my drum kit, I have the tapestry. It's just my Soundgarden tapestry. It's just hanging. And I noticed something in the corner of it. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I went and I looked, and it was this big ass spider that I guess just made like a little spot for itself. And I don't like spiders, dude. And I'm the type of person where if there's a spider in the room with me, like I'm going to have a problem. I can't deal with that. And so like, I just went and I did what most people normally do, where it's like I went and I got like a little paper towel to go squish it and discard it. But I'm literally, dude, I don't know. I'm just, again, I might have gone crazy where I'm like, did I have to do that? Yeah, dude, murder. And then I'm thinking of Charlotte's Web and I'm like, oh, no, but then I'm like, wait, no, was that supposed to happen? Don't kill it. It was a person reincarnated. Dude, if that's true, then I did that person a favor. That sounds nuts. But I'm literally sitting here thinking like, Okay, so if there's this belief that every living creature is a reincarnated soul of some kind, somebody like this is a soul that either is trying to level up or level down. And I just cut it short and I'm like, you can move on now. Maybe. Maybe it lived a good life. The good spider life. I know this sounds fucking insane. Dude, but that's it, right? Like Charlotte's Web made me second guess killing every spider since I read that book. Dude, it is the idea of like, do you believe life is precious or not? I feel like life is so absurd that it can't be in the middle. Life is one of two things. I'm convinced. Life is either a complete joke, literally, like, dude, this is just a video game. You're going to find out. None of this is real. None of this is serious. There's something so far above you that once you're pulled out of it, you're going to be like, oh, yeah, duh. Like, what a great, that was a great round. Let's go for another. Like, it's either something like that or it's so serious that it's like everything is okay, but it's like, no, this is all serious. You know? That like you're in the process of going through a long journey with all these other souls, and Earth is just one of many stops along the way. And, you know, infinite possibility, you will experience everything. And all of it's just going to be kind of compartmentalized and chopped up along the way. And in between, you'll have moments where you can see the bigger picture. I don't know. I mean, nobody, I guess we can't know here, right? But I just think it's stuff like that where I'm like, you're just smoking too much dope. Dude, I don't. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Maybe that's what I would need to chill the fuck out. I need some DMT. What I need is for Sony. All right, guys, 3 p.m. Come on, Sony. Come on, manifest it. I want that state of play. Let's get that state of play. It's 3 p.m. Eastern time. We're counting down 1 minute. It's 2:59. This is it. They're going to announce it. Come on. This is the longest minute ever. It still hasn't turned. Wow. This minute's like going in slow motion. Okay. All right. Here it is. It's 3 p.m. Let me go to the official PlayStation count. Still nothing. Still nothing. Damn it. Our manifestation didn't work. I ain't giving up. I ain't giving up yet, bro. We got hours left, bro. We got this. We're going to get this. It's going to happen. Manifestation takes a little bit. Can't just be immediate. Damn. I can go check to see if anybody's given any updates. No, still nothing. Well, so it's all bullshit, and it's Shadowlink's fault. I love how Shadowlink gets blamed. Next week, same time, boys. It'll happen for sure this time. Listen, I'm just gonna remind everybody. Listen to me. No, don't call it yet. I know it feels like it's going on. It's taking too long because we've just been sitting here chatting. Don't call it yet. There was a time Sony announced their fucking state of play at like 7 at night, dude, for the next day. I'm just saying, we got time. We got time. All right? Don't give up yet. Do not give up hope. I am going to cope until I can't cope anymore. Oh. All right. What was I talking about with you guys? We were talking about something spiritual. We're staying live for another 24 hours if we have to. Why can't Sony just be normal and announce it 2 weeks in advance or something? I mean, yeah, I don't know why they next topic. Yeah, I don't know why they don't do that. I guess it's because the way that they've been doing it has kind of worked. What's weird is like even for the last State of Play in February, that was their biggest State of Play they ever did. They gave you 2 days. Leakers thinking they get to decide when something is. Yeah, these fucking leakers thinking they're the ones manifesting, huh? Ain't no way. Ain't no way with these goddamn leakers. I've had enough. Oh, State of Play announced. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Don't get upset. Well, we've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm not sure what to do now. Like, do I just call it? Do I keep pushing for another hour? I mean, what do we do? Like, Ray said next topic, and I'm like, I don't know that I have any more topics. I mean, we'll always watch, but there's a whole ecosystem of creators who could do more with more advanced warning. That's true. We could drum for another hour. I don't know, man. Can't just be giving it out for free. You know what I'm saying? Now it's more along the lines of I'm guaranteed not to get. Just to be clear, because I've been asked this before. Like, why don't I do stuff like that? Like earlier on. Mainly because when I do stuff like that, it not only I do lose a lot of viewership like very quickly, but it pretty much guarantees I don't get like any financial support while I'm doing it, which is fine. But that's why I prefer to push it back to like as like a final thing I'll do where there doesn't have to be any. It's totally fine. It can just exist in isolation. Membership drum, 10 minutes free and extended to 2 minutes for each additional membership. That's interesting. Nicodemus, why do I feel like it would work in the opposite direction? People would literally be like, I'm not going to gift because I want this to stop. People are gonna start hating those who are gift. They're like, no, I want it to end. I hate you for gifting and extending it. Yeah, I've been enjoying the drums, man. I'm getting a better feel for it. You know what I noticed too is like playing the acoustic drums, it does take a little bit to warm up, you know? I guess it was always like that, even with the electric kit, but with the electric kit, I was just so limited in what I could do that it's like, there's no difference between you warming up and you just playing normally. But yesterday I was playing for like a good hour and a half, and there were definitely some times where I was listening to some Buckethead, I was listening to some Soundgarden, and I was really starting to get into a groove. I'm like, okay, this is feeling good. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I see it here. Starfield rated for Nintendo Switch 2 by Ratings Board. Let's see. God of War spinoff, Everything We Know. Okay, so I guess I could read over this real quick. Somebody just put this together. I'm gonna be Buckethead's new drummer. Make it a last thing, or it turns into a 7-hour solo. Ends with MBG getting stretchered out. PlayStation State of Play will probably be tomorrow. Well, that's what we're kind of waiting for. We're waiting to see if it gets I don't know. Yeah, I'm afraid of that too, Ray. Like as soon as I end the stream and log off, they're gonna be like, okay, announce it. Your head back to work. Check my messages when you get a chance. I'll check them real quick. Hold on. It's basically a wave of energy your body catches that in the energy can be whatever people create. It can serve healing pain, binaural nutrition on YouTube. Man, I highly recommend him for your fitness journey. I'm a big believer in the energy thing. Like, I'll have to look deeper into what you're talking about, but I'm a huge believer, and it's horrible too, because like my energy is so bad a lot of times. Like, I'm so negative so many times, but I do firmly believe that like it's interesting to me that energy is like the one thing that can neither be created nor destroyed, as far as we're aware. Um, and so it's like even for the most negative, dour person that's like nothing matters, when we die, it's just blackness. It's like, well, you're still energy. You may transfer, like your energy is going to transfer, but the energy that made you still exists. It's going to continue to exist in this universe. Unless you get sucked in by a black hole. Still don't have the answer to that one. Um, but yeah, it's like, I do believe firmly that energy you put out matters. Where like if somebody, we've all had that experience where you go to a person's house or you go to an event or somebody walks in the room and you can just pick up on the energy. And it's either very good, but a lot of times you can like feel if it's like really low, really bad. I'm bad with that. You guys may not know this because I'm just talking to a camera, but like I'm really horrible with socialization. I'm pretty sure I'm autistic. I'm pretty sure to a certain extent I'm autistic, but I'm somewhere on the spectrum, that's for sure. It may not seem like it, but like I struggle with like talking to people in person, and I especially struggle with like meeting new people, and I get really awkward, and I don't. I'm good, Titus. I'm glad some of you know. Yeah, I do wonder how obvious. I'm sure by this point, for those who've been around for a while, they're like, "We know, bro. We know." I haven't had it like formally diagnosed, but I'm 99% sure I could, if I were to go get tested. It's like, yeah, you're kind of retarded, MBG. That was rude. No, it's. I mean, I'm joking, but no, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, you have some unique aspects to you, but I struggle a lot, man. Where like the thing that I struggle with, yeah, it's that maybe I'm not autistic, but I'm a very anxious person. I'm very, very anxious, and I can tell that I like give off energy where I'm like I'm making people uncomfortable. I'm not trying to. I'm like that awkward person. Like I'm making it awkward, and I'm like I just want to go because I'm like I just feel like it's better if I don't, and if I'm just not. Oh, we got a new Matt Booty interview. Oh, damn, really? Where at? Where can I find it? Got to hear from Matt Booty. You can relate. Yeah, I mean, I used to be better at it, like I guess it is an exposure thing where like there were times in my life where like I was around people all the time. But like even in like high school and stuff, I'm the type of person it takes me a little bit to settle in and get used to something. One thing I don't know if this is a learning disability, it could be, but I've learned something about myself where like the way my brain works is when you present something new to me, like here's something new that you have to learn, I can't grasp it. And I'm just totally overwhelmed, and I'm like I can't do this. And my natural inclination is like get it out of my face. I don't want to learn this. I'm too stupid. I don't want to do it. But it's because it actually is like that a lot of times. And all like in the times in my life where it's like, no, you have to figure this out. I noticed that there's just a tipping point where it's like it's like I'm static for like a certain amount of time, and then boom, it's just like now you get it. Like it's like, okay, now you got now it was uploaded to your brain. And I just like it all clicks at one time. So it's not like a sequence of events where it's like you learn step 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's like I'm going through the process of what should be learning step 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And it seems like I'm not learning anything along the way. And then it all just clicks at one time. It's like, I got it. Like they all just lock in sequence. And that's not with everything, but it's with most things, especially the things that have intimidated me the most in my life. And I don't know why it's like that. I've never really questioned it too much, but it's definitely made things a bit of a struggle for me in terms of, because the thing is, when I'm struggling with learning whatever it is I need to learn, I get anxious because I can tell I'm not, I can tell this isn't normal and I can tell I'm lacking, and it becomes a kind of okay, well, now I'm becoming more self conscious and self aware, and that's just diminishing the progress even further. So I found it very draining. Oh, yeah, dude. I could not stand school. I hated school. It felt like torturous to me. I will say, though, in my junior year of high school, I thrived. Not sure why. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. For some reason, my junior year of high school, it just clicked. I got it. I just got it. I was a great student, great grades. I did so well in my science class and my astronomy class that the teacher loved me and treated me like a not like a prodigy, but you have real potential and stuff. And I loved my English class. People were always complimenting me for some reason. They're like, "You're so smart, dude." I'm like, "Really? Okay." And it was so funny because it's just it all. That's what I'm saying. It just clicked. Meanwhile, every other year in school, I'm dragging and I just can't figure it out. I can't keep up. I mean, it was so bad one year in school where the only way I got through my math class was I got so lucky. My best friend was seated in front of me, and I'm pretty sure the teacher knew. There's no way the teacher didn't know. He was way too smart not to know. I just think he didn't give a shit. I had to just copy what, for every test, every important thing. I just had to copy my friend's work because I'm I don't fucking know what's going on. I don't understand any of this. And that's how I passed one of my math classes, and I'm okay. But, yeah, when it comes to math, I'm about as dumb as it gets. I'm really bad with math, dude. Don't give me numbers. Don't give me numbers. Rainbow helmet with with propeller on top. That's exactly what it was. Dude, I know the exact image you're talking about, Shadowlink, and I haven't seen that image in so long, and it just popped in my brain. Anxiety is fear, depression is fear, depression is very low energy. I cured mine. Had bad depression, anxiety at one point, and haven't gone back since. Yeah. And that's the thing too, is as I got older, really when I turned 28, I remember. Again, it's another switch. When I turned 28, that's when I remember and now you're depressed. And I never understood what depression was. I knew what feeling down was. I knew what feeling sad was. I knew what feeling those negative emotions were. But I remember in my early and mid 20s, I was that person where I'm why would anybody ever off themselves, dude? That's crazy. Why would anybody, why are depressed people so depressed? Why can't you just cheer up? And it is one of those things where it's oh, you don't know. Hopefully you don't know. And eventually I did find out though. And when I turned 28, I started to feel a certain way that I'm this is different. And it got progressively worse. And to be honest, it's been that way for a while where it's yeah, it's oh, this is depression. Oh shit. Okay. And it's bad. And once you get it, you get it. And it's unfortunate because it's you don't want to get it. But you see the world differently. You see things differently. You feel things differently. You're not in control entirely. That's the thing. Your agency to a degree has been stripped. And no amount of gratitude seemingly can bring it back. And there's it's different for everybody, of course, but I feel more recently, I'd say in the last 6 months, but especially more recently, I feel I've shifted finally a little bit to a degree where it's I can feel my energy levels changing. I can feel, it feels I'm out of the woods. It's not that I see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's now you're out of the tunnel. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it's been feeling like. But I still have my doubts. I have my doubts, and I think everybody does. But yeah, that's why I'm like, I really need to, I think, lean more so into this whole energy thing, because yes, dude, one thing I've noticed when I'm really depressed and really down is like, no matter what good is going on around me, it's like anybody that's around me, I'm going to bring them down. I'm not intentionally. It's just, it's hard. It's hard for people. It's like, you don't want to be that person, where it's like, everything sucks. You give off the energy, you know what I'm saying? It sucks to be in that place, because when you're hyper aware of it, that like, you know that people are picking up on it, and even people you're close to and care about, you're not trying to bring anybody down with you, But yeah, life, right? I saw you're saying the E-Day Direct will be 30 minutes. Yeah, where's that Matt Booty interview, by the way? Hold on, let me see. We're all over the place here. I appreciate that you guys hang around with me, though. I know that, a lot of times when we run out of specific topics to talk about, we just start talking about random life stuff. And I know for a lot of people, that's just like, that's not what they're signing up for. That's not why they're subscribed. But I know a lot of you guys appreciate it as well. So I appreciate that. Let me look up Matt Booty. Are you sure there's a new interview with him? Because I'm not. Can anybody refer me to? Hold on, let me look over the chat. Laws. No, I don't know what that is. You think I might be a people pleaser? Unless you're sure everyone is okay, you're not okay. It's very draining. Xbox. Oh, it's on the Xbox YouTube channel? Mikey, you're saying my mental health today is pure jealousy. All those with review copy access to Soros, table flip. No, I feel that. I feel that, bro. All right, hold on. I'll check the Xbox YouTube channel. I didn't know it was so it's a video interview. Why are we assuming the next God of War with Kratos is after 2018 and Ragnarok and not before? He could have gone to Egypt before being Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point, Daniel. You might be right about that. I didn't think about that. It's on the Xbox podcast. Okay, hold on. Maybe we could react to it, I guess. I don't really know what else to do. You think Matt Booty's depressed? Disney just killed home entertainment. What this means for physical media? Yeah, wait, what? Do you think that has anything to do with games? I'm getting distracted now. I'm going to put this up on a separate
Disney
tab.
just laid.
I might have to check that out. Bethesda's cooked. What? Random videos, man. All right, we got let's see, Xbox channel. Matt Booty Talk Showcase, game studios, and more.
Are there secrets we should?
Why is it starting me at the 1 minute and 43 second mark like I already started watching it? What the fuck? Got that official Xbox podcast. Can't take the name seriously. Matt, what? Dude. Ain't no way they're cooking this man in the comments because of his last name. And I see we got Mikey Moo. Mikey Moo decides to renew their membership. Mikey, thank you so much, man.
Thank you. appreciate it.
You know I appreciate it, bro. You know I appreciate it. Saying thanks for having me again. No, thank you. Thank you. Let me add. So we're at 12. Guys, we could still hit that 25 today. We could still hit it. Maybe that's what we need. We need to hit 25 members to manifest that state of play. I am not making any promises. I don't have that type of power. But thank you. Did they ever explain why Faye died? I don't think so, no. And I thought about that too. I'm like, bro, did they never say? I don't think they did. All right, we could bring up this Matt Booty interview. We got Mr. Booty, Mr. Cheeks. I can't believe the top like, I guess I can believe it, but the top comments are people just making fun of his name, dude. I'm like, imagine how much this man had to endure. I think he's in his late 40s, early 50s. Faye game has to be a prequel. She died. So I'm like, yeah, I think it's pretty much confirmed it's a prequel. Faye died of illness, I believe. Well, yeah, I remember in Ragnarok when they were there was that scene between her and Kratos. She was talking like she knew her time was nigh, but she seemed okay. So I don't know. All right, I'm sorry. I'm all over the place here. Let me. Move this over here. Hang tight.
Games in this podcast range from E to M. Hello, and welcome to the official Xbox podcast. We've got a special episode for you today, coming off of a lot going on here at Xbox. We just announced our double feature Xbox Game Showcase and Gears E-Day Direct coming this summer. Killing the online multiplayer Pottery Party Brawler from Double Fine, I can't believe I got that, is out next week. And present content creators just got hands-on previews of Forza Horizon 6 for the first time. That's a lot, and I'm nearly out of breath, so it's really good that I've got friend to the podcast, now with a new title, Xbox Chief Content Officer, Matt Booty. Welcome, Matt.
Hi. Matt, what? Perfect person to be running Xbox Studios, to be overseeing all of the Xbox content. Matt Booty. Daniel, you're saying, I'm saying God of War Egypt could be with Kratos and Faye. I mean, that would be interesting, dude. Like, Faye is your companion? Co-op? Look at that haircut. Look at that haircut. This man somehow keeps getting promoted. Remember, this is the guy who said he wanted to run Sony out of business. That's true. I wonder if he just said that thinking that's what Phil wanted to hear. Like, yeah, Phil, we could outspend him. He like comes off as like that guy, you know? Like, yeah. I know what we can do. All right.
Hi, I'm super impressed you rattled off the multiplayer Pottery Party Brawler.
Online multiplayer party. You know what? When you think about it, it gets to be too much.
It's a genre that's heating up.
Exactly. First of its kind.
We're in early.
Yes. Well, I'm so glad to have you here because I feel like we didn't just have 7 hours of a meeting together in showcase planning. It just wasn't enough. So
we did, but it was a good meeting.
It was.
I should let people in on that. We did yesterday review all of the trailers for the upcoming showcase,
yes.
And it's
okay. This is fucking crazy. Like I'm already thrown that like bro's just got out a 7-hour meeting. Let me tell you, we just checked out all the trailers for our big juicy showcase, dude. Meanwhile, I'm literally over here like, I thought there was going to be a state of play announced today. Like, giving off that Herman. Dude, it's like the opposite of Herman energy, in my opinion. I mean, he does kind of give off that Herman energy. It makes me, this is what I'm talking about, where I wish Sony would just talk a little bit more. Like, I'm not even an Xbox dude, and I'm like, ooh, tell me about those trailers, Booty. Talk to me, Booty, about that showcase. I'm ready. Because that's the thing. Like, even though the Xbox showcase could be horrible, I'm like, I respect the fact. If there's one thing I do respect about Microsoft is they still respect the sanctity of the showcase. They don't get it right all the time, but they do take it seriously where they're like, we got to have a big show in the sun, like a big show. Big behemoth. Sony can do that too. My theory is Sony, I think, is saving that for they have to be saving it for the PS6 reveal at this point. Yeah, no, I agree. Xbox, they do talk too much as well. But I just think that's so funny because you would never. What's interesting is you would never see anybody at Sony sitting down like this talking, let alone being like, could you imagine if this was Sony on the PlayStation YouTube or Herman Hulst on the PlayStation YouTube channel, where Herman Hulst is just sitting down with, I don't know, at the PlayStation, whoever hosts the PlayStation podcast, being like, yeah, I just looked over all our trailers for the upcoming State of Play. It's going to be great. Sony doesn't do stuff like that. And maybe that's fine. I guess they don't have to. But it's so funny to see how differently Xbox runs their shit, where they're like, yeah, just talk about your 7-hour meeting. And talk about, just talk about whatever, bro. You know, you're in charge. You can talk about whatever you want. 9 out of 10 times Microsoft just announces new Fisher-Price controller, though. Dude, you know what really got me about the showcase from last year is how they ended. And I wonder if they'll do it again. Well, they're going to have Gears this time, but they ended with Black Ops 7 as like their final reveal, as their closer. I'm like, oh my God. It was so brutal because it was like a CG trailer and people thought it was something new. I did too when I first saw it. And then it was like, it's Call of Duty. I'm like, that's cold. That's ice cold right there, man. I don't know. I have to admit, I am kind of excited for the Xbox showcase, though, just in the fact that, honestly, I think we're finally going to see some State of Decay 3. I'm excited for that.
Probably one of my favorite meetings of the year, I think.
For sure.
Well, it's just cool to see the teams. There's some stuff that's really done, some stuff that's not done, some stuff that's amazing, some things that needs a little work, but it's the reflection of all the work that the teams are doing, and we all get to come together. It's a great point of the year where everybody's working together on one thing, which is always a lot of fun. And I just like the let's put on a show aspect of it, right? It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. A whole group of people come together, first party, third party. Everyone's kind of coming in an effort of how do we surprise and delight our audience?
Yeah.
Are there secrets we should spill about the planning process of Showcase?
I don't know about that. I'll say that we've got the Gears Direct coming, and after seeing that, we've probably got like a full 30 minutes, which is really great. And I don't know, I love everybody in that studio, the work they're doing. I'm excited about the game, and it's just we're gonna have a full 30 minutes of stuff to see.
Yeah, absolutely. We aim to deliver, and it was great. I was just at the Coalition filming the Direct. We wrapped on that production, and just a really wonderful team, very passionate about what they do, very talented with everything that they do. And I want to talk about them, and I want to talk about all the other studios. But before we get into that, I feel like we got to talk about this fancy new title. What does this mean for you? What does this mean for the studios too?
Well, I think it's more the latter, right? The title is more than anything a reflection of the work that the studios do. It is so core to who we are as Xbox and all the work that all our teams do across all our studios. It's a validation of their work. the title, I think you see it in other places. You see it in film, you see it in publishing. And so I think it brings just, again, a validation that says that one, Xbox takes these studios seriously, that Microsoft takes it seriously, and that content, the things that we build, all our great games, is important. So that's really what it's about. For me, my job stays the same. We were just, talking about this. It's like, it's such a privilege to be able to work with all these teams, and probably the best part of my job is having visibility into everything that they're all doing. And like, fortunately for me, none of that changes.
Yeah, you've always been on the circuit visiting studios, seeing what they're building. So what has that been like? Who have you seen lately? What have you played?
Yeah, well, there's just so much going on. I mean, I could almost like just mentally do the tour of what's going on, right? I mean, we've got things, that have been announced. Like, so we've got Mojang with Dungeons 2. So there's that to
just
see.
Announced, yeah.
This will be a little bit of a laundry list, but as I just kind of mentally walk the studios, Undead Labs has got the alpha for State of Decay 3.
So excited for State of Decay 3.
So that's cool, and it's great to see that they're at that point. I go to Blizzard, and we see all the progress that they've made
Shout out
with
to State of
Overwatch,
Decay,
which
bro.
is great. And then at the end of the month is the Lord of Hatred expansion for Diablo 4. Also coming along great. I mean, it's just amazing. Every time I go to visit Blizzard, you're just reminded of sort of the history of Blizzard, and also just the kind of the level of art and craft that exists there, which is great.
Some of the best cinematics in the industry.
Yeah, and maybe later on we can talk a little bit about that, because it's cool what they're doing with some of our teams, so we can circle back on that. But
we got too much to talk about.
We got a lot to talk about. But so, we've got that going on. Elder Scrolls, they just started their new approach. They kind of call it this Season 0 thing, which is great. And it's exciting to see the reaction. It was cool to see some of the Starfield stuff before that came out.
Huge update.
Big update.
Yeah.
I mean, really, kind of a 1.5 release, really, when you think about it. It's great to bring in new players on new platforms and bring them into the game that Bethesda has built.
The universe, truly.
Yeah, and it's cool to see online, too, some of the things you read where they're like, hey, this might be shaping up now and evolving into being one of their best RPGs in quite a while. So that's really cool to see, right? And then, we've got things going on across the studio. So there's just, I could kind of walk the list. I mean, seeing the latest that Obsidian's got going on with Grounded 2, the continued work there. You've got, obviously, all the continued seasons work going on with Call of Duty. Rattling all this off, I guess to bring it to a point, what it makes me think of is just, we have got such an amazing lineup of IP, an amazing lineup of studios. I think in even just entertainment broadly, it's an amazing portfolio, which is just really cool to see that we've got that. And even some of the things that are going on, even as we think about portfolio extension into movies and TVs stuff, it's great to keep up with that. So, I make the joke, we've got everything from like Kiln to COD,
absolutely,
everything from Minecraft to Warcraft. There's probably more of those I could do.
Yeah.
But it's
great cadence. That's a song in itself.
It's just always fun to get out and see the studios, and everybody, you started out saying, wow, there's kind of a lot going on across Xbox right now, a lot of change in the industry. But the thing that just grounds me is when we go to talk with our studios, it's just everybody's working hard. They're all passionate, excited about their game that they're building, which is really cool.
We really do have just an incredible span of very different teams working with very different specialties across. We've got AAA shooters. We've got inventive party experiences. We've got mind-bending genres and dramas. It's just a lot that you would assume people are kind of working in their own creative bubbles because everything's very specializing in what they're really focused on. But that's actually not the case.
No, it is the case that we have got a lot of different kinds of studios, and they've all got their own cultures. So we think about it as a culture of cultures. I see a big part of my job is to provide just enough connection and just enough structure across those that they can communicate with each other, that they can share things back and forth.
All right, this is like way longer than I thought it would be. It's like 24 minutes. I'm trying to just like hold out here until the 4 hour mark, because I feel like I'll be ready to give up. Not give up. I'll be ready to end the stream accepting State of Play is not getting announced while I'm live at the 4 hour mark. But we have like 25 minutes left. Let me just see. They at least time stamped it. Let me see what the timestamps are here. Matt's new title with all different genres. Xbox spring releases. What
So we're seeing so much of those skill sets and all of that idea sharing really.
Okay, so they're just talking about games we all right, let's see what he has to say about Project Helix.
Well, we've been talking a lot about what's coming up, but if we look backwards just a little bit and think about GDC, Jason Ronald was at GDC talking about Project Helix and talking about this platform where you get to play your Xbox games and your PC games. So I would love to understand, what does this mean for the game teams? How are they involved in kind of developing Xbox's console hardware future?
Yeah, I mean, one of the really cool things about us as a publishing and game development organization that makes us different from a lot of other big publishers in the industry is that we are side by side in the same org with the hardware team, right? So we, our teams are involved early on with thinking about the visioning, what's the planning, what are the specs, and of course we're there every step of the way as these things come along. So it's an exciting time. It's great to have the news out there and to be announced. And as we've done with many consoles before, you know, those two teams will work hand in hand as we get that together. And as the hardware comes online, our teams will be the first to get involved. And there's already a lot of that already happening. But that is, I think, where Xbox really shines and where we stand apart and what makes, you know, shows off what's unique about us, both as a platform and as a, you know, set of game development studios, is when we come together. And the announcement of Project Helix it was an exciting moment to kind of showcase that.
Yeah, I'm sure exciting for people to just start briefly talking about it as we continue to reveal more there. And we've talked a lot about the studio talent, developing talent at Xbox.
Jesus, that's it? That's all That's all he said? All right, hold on. When you look at our portfolio and our content this year, what's the thing that really stands out for you? Final thoughts. All right, I'll just go to final
with us.
thoughts.
Any final thoughts that you want to share before we sign off?
No, just talking about this, it just reminds me how hard our teams are working, and just, you know, every game is just a reflection of hard work and passion. And these things don't come together easily, and they've come together when there's a lot of change in the industry, some new things going on at Xbox, and I'm just always appreciative of the hard work that our teams do and the great partnership we've got with everybody across Xbox.
Yes, likewise.
All right. Didn't really get much from that. I'm not gonna, dude. I honestly, I expected him to say a little bit more about Helix, but I guess it's, you know, he doesn't want to get in trouble, and it's pre-recorded. So if he said anything he wasn't supposed to, they would just edit it out. He may give the worst interview in the games industry. I mean, it's very plain. Honestly, like, it does remind me of Herman Hulse a little bit. We're like, dude, the last time we heard from Herman, I feel like it's very similar, where it's just like, Astrobot is great. Bungie's going to deliver Marathon, and we think it's going to be amazing. It's like, okay, how about that Ghost of Yotei? I feel like that it gets to a point where it's like, what are you even doing? Like, is this even necessary? Boss, there's no way you're coming back here like you want more treats. You're not getting more treats. Booty doesn't even know what's going on at the studio. At the studios. How do you know what's going on with Helix? He reconfirmed Xbox as a publisher. Well, I mean, yeah, they are, literally, but I don't know. I don't think that there was much to it. I don't think there was anything there. I mean, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I didn't get much out of what I heard. It just seemed very, like, by the books, you know, stick to the script type of interview. You are so close to a great Herman impression. I'm getting there. Maybe that's the key. Once I perfect my Herman impression, that's when he'll get fired. I would try to do a Hideaki Nishino impression, but it'll just come off as super racist accidentally. Hideaki Nishino speaks pretty good English, actually. He speaks pretty good English. You got no exclusives from that? I didn't pick that up. I didn't quite pick that up. The Herman Whisperer. The Herman Whisperer, bro. All right, let's go see where are we at. Where are we at? Did anything happen? Today feels like the energy feels weird today, man. I don't know why. The energy feels low to me. Maybe it's just because I'm getting tired. I'm not sure. So it seems like one of the only big things he did confirm was that the Gears of War EDA Direct will be 30 minutes long. That seems to be really like, I mean, I'm on Twitter right now, and that's all I see anybody mentioning, really. God, I think I'm having a caffeine crash again, dude. I feel like I could take a nap. All right, what do we do? What do we talk about? You mean you're not selling your kidney to get Grounded 2? What do you mean? Maybe I can find another video to react to in the meantime. Anyways, about that that state OD play. Oh, state of play tomorrow. Yeah, I haven't fully given up on it yet. But go, Mike. You're saying you need some laughter. Check out that clip I sent. Where did you send the clip? Where did you send the clip? By the way, we have a Discord. I'm posting the Discord link in the chat. If you want to join my Discord, anybody can join it. Click that link, join up. Just be nice. Just be respectful. But yeah, feel free. Check if there's any video for State of Decay 3. I should check that. Wait, hold on. You're saying for some reason it's not. Yeah, I don't know. The clip you're referring to, it's not coming up. Let me look that up though. State of Decay 3 gameplay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure anybody who's playing the alpha. State of Decay 3 gameplay. We finally have State of Decay 3 gameplay. Okay, that was from what they showed in the trailer. I have played State of Decay 3. So I can tell you now, there's definitely no gameplay. It seems like they would strike gameplay.
This isn't a late April Fool's prank. I have been lying to you all. I have actually played State of Decay 3. Right, that feels absolutely mental to be just coming out of my mouth right now. While there is no gameplay in this video, I am very happy to report the game is coming along really well. You won't be disappointed. So about a year or so ago, I'd say, I was approached to join a player council.
Why do I get the feeling he's not even allowed to describe the gameplay? So far, it seems like nothing is leaked, dude. Which is kind of impressive in a way. Pushing Polygons, what's up, man? I'm doing all right. I'm just getting a little tired here. I don't know why. Caffeine crash. We're just, at this point, we're just waiting till the 4 o'clock time frame to see if that State of Play gets announced, man. Yeah, we were watching some of that pushing. We literally just got done watching some of that Matt Booty video. I feel like the only thing he really confirmed, like the only news he actually dropped was like the Gears of War E-Day. It'll be like 30-minute presentation. Boss, get down. Get down. You're being bad. No. Come on, get down. Don't bite me. I'll fight you. Get down. Get down. Boss is being bad. Dude, you had 2 helpings of treats. How fat do you want to get? This damn cat. There was this one video I'm thinking about reacting to, maybe, because I'm actually curious. Let me see. I don't know if this pertains to video games at all. So everyone started dogging on Nate the Hate then. I don't know. It ain't over till it's over.
Laid off their entire home entertainment department. So here's what that means for physical media. Disney just laid off their entire home entertainment department. So here's what that means for physical media. Now, before we get started, I have to get petty for a second and call something out, because for years, when you search my name on Google, one of the first results is a Reddit thread all about how people don't like me. And that's totally part of the game. That's what you get for being a public figure. But one of the comments from Cletus Van Dammit, who's clearly a massive fan of the channel and of me personally, was the one that bugged me the most, because he was just dead wrong, and I just had to wait for this all to play out. His comment basically called me an effing idiot and all this other stuff. It was very pleasant, but he at one point said he has no idea what he's talking about. He said a source told him that Disney was doing away with physical media, and he's clueless, and he won't name who the source is, and it's not true. That was 2 years ago. Now, Cletus, sometimes you gotta let things play out, my friend. They don't happen overnight. And I was correct. So about 18 months ago, Disney moved all of their physical media production over to Sony. Sony was taking over which titles came out, packaging, remastering, the distribution, the manufacturing of the discs, you name it, Sony was doing it. So already.
So Sony is involved. Dude, what's going on here, bro? I'm telling you, get some protein and creatine treats, boss will turn into Abby. Yeah, shut down his kidneys accidentally. Thanks, Sony. I mean, I don't know. Should we really? I need to hear that again, though. Hold on.
Packaging, remastering, the distribution, the manufacturing of the discs, you name it, Sony was doing it. So already, as of 18 months ago, Disney had done away with physical media internally. They were basically licensing it out. Now, fast forward to yesterday.
Wait, so you're telling me Disney licensed out physical media to Sony? You know what's weird is I did not expect this to be intertwined with Sony at all. Sony distributes discs for them. Interesting. Okay.
April 14th of 2026. They had some mass layoffs. They laid off about 1,000 people, and it included what was left of the home entertainment department. Everybody from the top on down. There is no home entertainment department left at Disney. Disney's sole focus is Disney Plus. I have had industry people tell me that if Disney had the opportunity, they would probably pull all of their movies and TV shows off of every digital service. Like, they would not be on Fandango or Apple TV or Prime Video for rental or for purchase. They want to kill all of that and have it all streamlined into Disney Plus. They're funneling all of their home entertainment focus right there. So it's natural that physical media would also go away. And I knew this 2 years ago, and it's taken time to develop, and here it is. But the good news is that I don't think that this is the end for Disney physical media. It's just the end at Disney. Now, it is truly the end of an era, I would call it, because if you think about home video and home entertainment, Disney home video was the juggernaut. They were the guys. Like, everybody had those clamshell VHS tapes.
That's so sad to me, man. Like, it's so sad. Like, what he's saying right now is sad to me, where it's like they were a juggernaut and they were like the guy in home physical media entertainment. And to see that, like, now they've completely U-turned, where they're like, we just want everything to be Disney Plus, everything digital, everything streaming. Like, why do these companies fucking suck this much, dude? Like, it's just it really does get to a point of depression where it's like, why do you suck all the ass, bro? Like, come on, man. Damn. This is well, maybe it's not their fault. That's true. Everybody's going digital. Maybe hey, it's not our fault, MBG. We're just adapting to the new market conditions. The market spoke. The market said, F physical media, bro. This is your fault. This is my fault. I mean, I guess it is. I haven't been buying Disney physical media. I say, why do you suck? Did you buy Disney physical media, MBG? Well, no. Then shut the fuck up. Damn. I just own myself. It's my fault. I did. I'm so sorry. At least with PlayStation, I won't be able to. I'll be able to say I didn't contribute to this. This is the shape of the future. Nothing physical anymore. To be honest, they don't even want to sell people stuff. They don't want to sell subscriptions. Yeah.
Everybody knew the Disney home video coming soon to video, like, intros. You would get them on DVD previews. Like, even my kids now watching old Disney VHS and DVDs are like, oh, what's coming soon to Disney? Like, Disney had that market cornered. The Lion King was the best-selling VHS tape of all time, over $1 billion in sales. Like, absolutely insane what Disney was putting out in the 90s and into the 2000s. And now, unfortunately, they have stepped out, but this is a trend that you're going to see in physical media with all the major studios, because I do think there's consolidation happening. We've already seen it.
My question is, do you think what he's saying can be applicable to physical video games media as well? Or do you think that what he's saying right now is really only applicable, like, he's just referring to movies, like home movies and Blu-rays and DVDs and stuff like that? Groovin, you're saying, MBG, well, Game Pass ain't sounding so bad right now. Everybody's screaming. Hey, I want that Game Pass slop. I don't even want that PS Plus slop. Physical for life. Maybe. I don't know. I do wonder if eventually they'll convert me to digital. It'd take a lot, though. I wouldn't really go willingly. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't go willingly. You do have the little publishers like Limited Run, which could take over for the big boys, but they'd have to scale. Yeah, Limited Run seems to already be having, like, I haven't ordered from them, but I hear such bad things about them, dude. And I don't know how much of it is true or just overinflated, but I just hear how, like, people are waiting years for their games and shit. And I'm like, what? So I still think so. I don't know. Knowing that Sony is leaning more and more and more into being an entertainment company, I just listen. If I'm being realistic, I just want one more generation. 7 to 10 years. Give me one more of physical PlayStation 6 games. And after that, I think I can accept it. By that point, if we get like one more decade of physical games from PlayStation, and they're like, after that, we're done, I think I could accept that, because I'd be like, yeah, by that point, probably nobody's buying physical. Has to be applicable to games. As soon as they kill physical, they have total control of the price and supply. Kill the secondhand market too. Yeah. Wait, you're saying, dude, you're only 31 for F's sake. Wait, wait, Titus, why are you saying that? People who replay games constantly are incredibly niche. In movies, people are still sharing viral videos of Dead Poet Society in 2026. MBG is Sony the biggest physical media distributor? I don't know. I'm not sure. Limited run, at least they do release games based on licenses, which people would want. Even if they lose the license after a year or two, at least they put something out which wouldn't have happened. That's true. That is true. And that is cool. You're already bargaining for one more generation. That's my thing at 53. Damn. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Sony, maybe they'll go a lot longer than I think. It's hard to say. We can use our physical games as coasters when we're older. That is true. That is true.
Video
3
distribution
minutes.
services has been around for 5 or 6 years now. They are a joint venture between Universal and Warner Brothers because both of them decided, well, we can't really do this on our own, so we'll team up. We'll do this together. We'll consolidate it, and we'll have this business venture that gets physical media and home entertainment out the door. And they've now picked up Shout Factory and rolled them into their website. They sell all this stuff on Groove.com. It's working pretty well. Sony has also picked up remastering distribution for other studios, but Disney is probably one of the main ones. And they're doing all of that work for them. And Sony's great. Sony has a great back catalog that they run on their own. You know, they put out so many niche titles, some great steelbooks, remasters. So they'll just keep doing that with Disney. If they know there's stuff that can sell, they'll do it. And I trust Sony. Like Sony Pictures CEO the other day said, we need the theatrical experience to be better. We need longer theatrical windows, less ads. Like Sony seems to get it. They understand what this industry needs to keep thriving, and killing physical media is not one of those things that will.
See, that gives me some hope right there. You know, that like maybe people like if Sony is all about wanting to be an entertainment company now, which they are. They just confirmed 60% of all their revenue comes from an entertainment side, and they confirmed that the majority of that comes from PlayStation. But obviously they're involved in movies and music. Maybe they do have a fundamental understanding that like if you're serious about being an entertainment juggernaut, continuing to offer physical across everything you do, games, movies, and music, even though it may be a much smaller percentage of the sales, like, do it. Because do what they won't do. Do what no one else will do. And that will help you succeed as an entertainment company. That will help you grow as an entertainment company. Because I didn't know that. I didn't know Sony was so heavily involved with you know, Sony's the biggest Blu-ray distributor. It gives me hope, man. It does. Maybe we'll get more than 10 years.
Will hurt the industry. And at the same time, you're seeing so much licensing happening to Arrow Video getting Warner Brothers.
Oh, hold on. We got to go check. Was the state of play announced? Did it happen? It didn't fucking get announced, did it? There is no state of play. There's no state of play. My manifestation didn't work. What do you mean there's no state of play? Man. All right, well, it's not over yet. It's not over yet, but it's pretty close to being over. 26 seconds ago, Insomniac Games, 5 months, #Wolverine. Why would you do that? We got an Insomniac post for Wolverine, man. What are we doing? I think my ass has gone numb, bro. I can't feel my ass anymore. I've been sitting here for too long just waiting for this damn state of play. Oh, God. Well, guys, listen, I'm not going to continue to stream for 2 more hours. I'm going to finish watching this video and we're going to wrap it up. I'm going to give it till 6 o'clock, though. If by 6 p.m. there's no state of play announcement, it's not happening. 6 p.m. is the absolute last hour I would be willing to see them announcing it. But go, Mike, maybe on our Discord, on the MBG Discord, under links. You can join the Discord here if you want. Damn, man. So I guess these rumors of a state of play were just bullshit, maybe? Yeah, you can just drop it under the link section. It's under general. All right, I do want to finish this video though, real quick.
Titles, Kino Lorber getting Paramount and MGM titles, Vinegar Syndrome getting Paramount titles and expanding into other studios, doing some MGM stuff. Like, this is what's going to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the Disney Fox stuff gets licensed out. Maybe they sell their whole catalog. Maybe Sony already has the rights to the whole catalog and Sony decides to outsource some of it. But this is what happens in these niche worlds. Like, this already happened with vinyl records. Vinyl records were gone. None of the big Sony, Columbia, UMG, like nobody was doing in the music world vinyl records. But then some niche boutique labels popped up and they started producing their own smaller batches, indie artists. It caught on, it got some steam, some bigger artists jumped on it, but it didn't mean that Universal Music Group and Sony Music are like building new vinyl production facilities. They're going to go to the people who built these and set them up and have the distribution and the production capabilities and the manufacturing, and they outsource it. They license it out to these people. And that's what's going to happen in physical media. You're just going to license it out to the guys who focus on this. And I don't think that's a bad thing, because it means now that the people who really love this stuff are back in charge of it. Because at least for the last 3 or 4 years, so many home entertainment departments across every studio have been wiped out clean. And there are still pockets at some studios of people who love this stuff and push for this stuff. But a lot of them are basically sitting back and licensing at this point. And they are making some decisions on titles, but they're stuck. They're not making things at the studio anymore. Not that they ever made them at the studio, but like the studio's not in charge of that. They're licensing it all out. So it puts it back in the hands of Vinegar Syndrome and Arrow Video and Kino and Radiance and Criterion and TerraVision and Severin and Synapse and all of these great labels who can do this boutique work. And they will keep it up. This is nearly $1 billion industry. You're not just going to drop that off the face of the earth. There are many collectors. There are still new.
Yeah, I guess like in the long run, this is kind of the trajectory that it's going to go. It's the same trajectory for games, perhaps, what we're seeing here. So like in 10 to 12 years, we might be seeing, maybe less time than that, very similar conversation about physical games.
Releases that are coming out on physical media and are selling well enough to continue this. It is still profitable. Is it the most profitable thing in the world for an 85 whatever billion dollar company like Disney? No. At the end of the day, it's probably less than 1% of their entire revenue. So they pass it off to somebody who can do it better. So am I worried? No, I'm not. I want to ease your fears, anxiety. That's what I like to do with these videos and give this update, because I talk to people in this world all the time. I'm not worried about this. It's another, domino to fall, but I think those dominoes are all falling towards an inevitable kind of conclusion that the studios back out and these labels that we love, that know physical media so well and do it so well, just take over. This is now their industry. It's going to be SDS is probably going to be the last one left from the studios. Lionsgate.
Yeah. Oh, this is a State of Decay video. I'm not going to watch that though. Yeah, I'll check that on my own time. All right, guys. Well, that's going to wrap it up today. I held out as long as I could. I guess we didn't hit the goal, but we did hit 12 members. So thank you guys for that. I appreciate anybody who contributed today. When it comes to the state of play, I mean, look, I'm not holding out much hope at this point, you know, but I will say that there's still a few more hours left where they could potentially announce it. But I'm not holding out hope. I'm thinking maybe, I don't know what to think. Like, it is strange to me that there was talk of a state of play from a really reliable source. They couldn't confirm it, but they said that's what they heard. You're really gonna end your stream all sad and shit. I'm all depressed, Capono. I just needed a state of play in my life, man. Wait, hold on. Yeah, go, Mike. Let me see. Oh, dude, I don't. Mike, I might have to watch this on my own. I don't know that I'm gonna watch this here. Trump humiliated. Go, Mike. I'm not gonna stream it. You're saying 13, 16. Hold on. Let me see. Let me check it out on my own first. Let me vet it. 13, 16, you said? Okay, I saw this. Okay, this was this was pretty funny. All right, here we go. Hold on. Oh man, hold on.
They came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to. Let's go. Come on, get in. Let's go. Pwah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room.
Okay. Well, there we go. And on that note, the United States of America. That is wild. That is wild, man. What are you talking about watching? Oh, I was just, it was this video. I don't know who this person is. The Jimmy Dore show. I don't watch it, but there's just that little clip. That's crazy. That is crazy. Trump and Matt Booty. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. And why stop? Insomniac Games. More news coming later this spring. Stop. Leave me alone. You did this to me. There's no room. That's crazy, dude. That is a crazy clip, dude. Oh my God. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the memberships. Although it says, hold on, that's weird. It says we have 13 members. Did I miss something? Did somebody become a member? Well, that's weird. If somebody became a member, it would have notified me. Well, all right. I'm going to add that to the counter then. That's straight. I don't understand what goes on with YouTube sometimes. Clark, did you do this? He comes over. He's like, baby, stop playing with my rock. I got my special rock right here. I brought my special rock for good luck. See what I'm saying? I remember when I said earlier I'm autistic. Got my special rock. My special Sony rock. Look, it's the same color of the PS5. It's black and white. All right, I gotta go. I'm totally cooked. I'm losing it. I've lost it. Guys, make sure you hit that like button on your way out. Before I go, I also want to make sure I have to give a shout out. Okay. Clark, that's not your rock. That's my rock. I have to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps for the stream. If you guys see him in the comments with those timestamps, give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he appreciates it. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do. And well, I mean, you know, I thought I was going to be coming back tomorrow. I was expecting to come back tomorrow because I thought I was going to be streaming a State of Play. That's how much I bought into it. But there might not be one, and so there may still be a stream tomorrow. It depends. Like I feel like the news has slowed down a little bit. So tomorrow I'll just play it by ear. If I feel like there's enough to cover, I'll do a video. We'll do a stream. I will tell you though, regardless of what happens tomorrow, on Friday, we will be back here. We're going to do a morning with the missus. I'm going to do a pre-stream member drop as I usually do. So we'll give people an opportunity with maybe like an hour or so. I'll just hang out with you guys to try to get some more members, get more people in, and then we'll transition to a morning with the missus. We'll hang out with you guys. We'll talk to you, and we'll see what crazy stuff occurs. And you know, the next episode of Morning with the Missus this Friday. That's going to be members only. But yeah, you'll be around. All right, sounds good. Clark, can you not? What's Clark? What are you trying to tell me? You trying to tell me to hang on for a little bit? There is going to be a State of Play. Bros, he's literally coming over here biting my hand. Stop. Those are my good headphones. You can't. Stop. Okay, you're being a little shit. All right, guys. I'm out. I'm going now. I promise. Longest outro ever. Thank you for tuning in. I will catch you guys in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.